Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It is Saturday night. I hope you all are doing well. Sound okay? Thank you, my friends. Last Dance, RW, thanks for being here. English Bottle Cap, Scum TV, what up, bro? John Boy. And anyone else who I may have missed, which I don't think there is anybody, but welcome, everyone. Certainly have an interesting group of events today that we can talk about. Tuning my axe, yeah. Jam sesh is always good. Club Exile, what is up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Yeah, it's like I said, obviously things happening in Iran that we'll be discussing in depth tonight. Get the hair right. I don't know. That looks kind of poofy. Hey, oh, what's up? Hey, guy. What up, guy? All right, you ready? El Capitan, how are you?
Oh, a little stunned. That's how I am.
A little stunned. I hear you. The old stun grenade hit you like
Yeah,
a.
I had, I had predicted that Trump was bluffing.
It would have been a monumentally expensive bluff.
Well, that's true, but actual war is much, much more expensive
Yeah, like
than bluffing.
I agree. So
And
you
I
didn't
wrote in the
expect this.
Discord. I wrote in the Discord that I was skeptical. By that I meant I'm skeptical this is going to have a long-term positive impact.
Okay. Do you think that Iran is basically a consistent and complete destabilizer of the area, and that is basically one of their main missions is to destabilize the
Yeah,
entire region?
I think that there's no doubt of that. That is a good way of describing it. It's been consistent, and they clearly they're not there. This government is not there to provide a high standard of living to uh, its residents. It's there. It's there to execute uh, apocalyptic religious vision of the Islamic and even Shiite rule everywhere that they can accomplish that.
Yeah, and did you happen to catch any of them speaking at the UN today?
No, I didn't. I
It's
wish I could have.
comical, playing the card of how innocent they are, that they were attacked, and it's horseshit. But in another sense, there that begs the question: is this the right way to do it? To try to affect regime change? If and it seems like that's what we are doing.
Yeah, it does. That's another facet is that does it based on the spotty information that we have, unconfirmed, reporting. Yeah, it does look like a real attempt at regime change, which is the only way that this could ever have a long-term impact.
Now, aside from us arming the, why can't I put a link in my own?
I don't know, but I'll put the link in.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like arming the people, which we've tried before, and that didn't go well. I mean, we're not going. They're never going to be able to rise up, quote unquote, against anything. They're just going to
Yeah.
get slaughtered.
Yeah, it does appear that way. Certainly, they were not going to be able to take on a unified um, Iranian IRGC,
Hmm.
plus the siege and even perhaps foreign mercenaries. But you never know how fragile kind of authority is, and what the so yeah.
Right. No, I hear you. Should we have a cam going in a tab?
What do you want to put on?
I don't know, like Bahrain or Tehran or something.
Well, is there some way you can do it without violating someone's copyright?
No, but I don't know that anyone will notice.
Yeah. As long as YouTube doesn't care, I don't care.
Iran cams. There's no Iran cams, are there? There are Iran cams. Huh.
That's surprising.
Isfahan, Iran, Tehran 2, 3, 4
Yeah.
cams. But it's a multi-screen, so there's 9 cams visible on this one.
Okay.
Namiko is the name of it. But you're right. It could potentially get us shut down, right?
I don't really know. You've gotten dinged before. I don't really know where the lines are.
Yeah, they got dinged for sharing an SNL thing on here.
Yeah.
But I don't. Hey, RW, how are you?
I'm good. I have Lookner in my ear too, so if sirens start going off, I'll say something.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, there you go. He's on it too. So, thank you, man. How you been? You surprised by this?
I'm not surprised by it. I'm surprised that they waited this long. And there's question of, you guys are talking about regime change. I think they've already succeeded in that by blowing the leader up. And once they run out of rockets, I can't see this nation really wanting to fight. I'm just curious to see how these volleys go, because they sent hundreds of missiles at this point, and they just smacked them all out of the sky, to my understanding. So they don't really. I don't know. I don't think this is going to be a war like Iraq and Afghanistan. I think this is going to be like Venezuela.
I don't think I agree with you.
What do you say?
Venezuela. I don't think it's going to be like Iraq, Afghanistan, or Venezuela. I think this one's going to be kind of on its own, because Venezuela was kind of a pushover in a way. And I don't think we're going to have that here. I think they're way more capable than yeah, and I don't think we have the. I don't think we're putting troops on the ground, to tell you the truth.
No, and I need to see how much Iranian people really want to push back, because if the majority of the people are actually with the people crippling their government, I wouldn't expect this to be long and drawn out. I would expect it to be us leveling the playing field, and then they stand up and fight for what they want. If the videos we were shown of the riots and protests are accurate descriptions of the people's will, then I think they're going to continue to do that once they don't have the guns leveling them.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good to hear you, Welshman. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll give my 5 pence worth. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now. The problem we've got, if the Iranian people get their freedom, all the Mohammedans and the Islamists are all going to leave, and they're all going to come to the West, and they're going to come to the UK. And it'll just make us unsafer, sadly.
Sorry, buddy. I really am. First of all, I don't know that that whatever this is going to succeed in changing the regime. Killing a handful of leaders isn't going to I don't think will result in regime change.
What is the regime then? What has to be done, in your opinion, for the regime to have fallen?
Someone
They
else,
killed like 40 people.
Yeah.
someone who isn't the regime, who the clerical authorities, the real government of Iran, who isn't one of them, will have to take over the country. That's how you'll know that the regime has been changed.
Well, it's not going to be the Islamists, though, is it? It's not going to be Islamists in any description.
No, but
Go.
The crown prince is the one that's primed for that seat, correct?
Yeah.
he's never, I don't think he's been in Iran since he was like 3 years old.
Are you willing to drop the chat overlay over Welshie so I can go full screen?
Yeah.
You guys were aware of this situation early this morning once you woke up, right? No one was I the only
Yes.
one that was paying attention last night?
You, as far as I know, are the only one.
Okay. And you guys, none of you guys were surprised, correct?
I was surprised. I thought, as I've said before, I thought it was a bluff.
I was surprised because I'm always surprised by this type of international aggression, even though it was obvious.
That's what Trump does. That's what Trump does, though, isn't he? He keeps you guessing.
Lee Howell says, "Happy St. David's Day, based."
Yeah.
All right, and welcome, Exile.
No
Jeff.
thanks, P.
How you doing?
Right. Good, thank you. It does seem that this is sort of Trump's thing here. He tries to end wars, and then he sort of starts some things at the same time.
Well, he keeps them guessing, though. Just when they think this, it was like this military drill where they brought all their ships over towards the region, and they were going to finish, supposedly. That was the, but like you said, a lot of the time with Trump, I do believe he is a class person at giving the wrong idea sometimes, or giving a different idea in reality, especially when it comes to this sort
Welshie,
of
can you
stuff.
pull your mic and spin it back in the port? You're cracking.
Yeah, get it in close.
How about now? Is that better?
It's
You're
still
cracking,
cracky.
but you're louder.
Okay, I'll try a different mic. I'll come back to you.
All right, fair.
Do you guys think that Congress has a leg to stand on for pushing back against this action? Because what I looked into is that the United States has the right to support an ally in war without congressional approval.
Well, unfortunately, Congress has basically ceded its Article 1 powers to the president for decades now. So when a president, I think the closest thing they have to asserting their Article 1 powers is the War Powers Act, which I think limits the action to 50 days, I don't know, 50 days or something before getting congressional approval. So no, I don't think Congress has a leg to stand on. They certainly could start legislating and passing laws aimed at reclaiming their power to declare war and decide, have a vote on whether the U.S. gets in conflicts.
Do you think that we should have that check and balance, or is it fair for the president to be able to run the military as an executive branch power?
Did it get taken away? As far as I know, Congress still has that power. If they're not using it, that's not the same thing as they still don't have the power.
Well, it didn't get taken away per se. Presidents kept pushing the limits of it, arguing, for example, that something like we're seeing today does not meet the constitutional definition of war. So
Isn't that
Congress
what we did in Iraq too?
I don't know what Iraq. We did. There was some authorization for military force. Congress passed a law that authorized military force. I don't know if Bush exceeded it, but Congress was involved in that. And the War Powers Act is almost an admission, a concession that the president can unilaterally use military force. It's essentially a limitation of that, but it isn't an outright prohibition or ban. So, all constitutional limits are to get tested by presidents and by Congress. So, I think where we stand now is that the executive has way too much power to get us involved in conflicts, military conflicts.
You're muted, Steve, and Welshie's in the back chat.
According to AI, the last time we really used them, a formal declaration of war hasn't been made since 1942.
I was just going to say, Vietnam wasn't a formal thing either.
Korea wasn't, Vietnam wasn't, nothing since World War II. And that's a lot of military action, a lot of dead US troops. But has been a declaration of war.
But they have given authorizations for military force.
Yep.
Which would have been Vietnam, Gulf War, War on Terror, and Iraq War. So there is some authorization coming from Congress on those things, but
yep.
Clearly Trump isn't concerned with getting that anymore.
It's the issue would be the element of surprise, correct?
Good evening, all.
Yeah.
Hi, Lee.
What's up,
Hiya.
Lee?
It's about surprise, isn't it? I mean, you can't go announcing it to the fucking world or announcing it to Congress because we know. I mean, even if it was a closed session, if that was even possible, it would leak out, and that would cost American lives. So no.
Well, it also might.
I'll tell you one thing on a domestic level back here in the UK, and I'm sure Based has seen it as well. This weak, insipid, spineless Prime Minister of ours was very quiet today, and then finally made an announcement this afternoon that he wanted to point out and make it absolutely clear that the UK had nothing to do with the bombings, that the RAF had planes in the air that were only there in defence, and he also, and we're supposed to be your special ally, stopped this week any USA aircraft landing in Britain to carry on their flight. This is the first time in decades that our biggest ally we're not helping out.
Oh,
and
I get what you're saying.
I just want him to. I hate this Prime Minister so much. He needs to go. He's ruining our relationship with you. He's weak, and the reason he won't do it is because of the backlash that he'll have in communities up and down the country that are Muslim based. He's so shit scared of them, and it's his power base for those that vote him into power. He tries to sit on the fence, and he looks like a complete.
Let me ask you this, Lee. Is there any chance he did that to avoid any direct targeting from Iran by harboring U.S. planes, troops, whatever?
Maybe, but so what? We're your ally, and that's what we go into.
What it was, it's appeasing, so there's no backlash in the UK. That's the end result. And just for the American people, there was a by-election in the UK, like a small election, local, and what happened was that vote went towards the Green Party. And the reason why it went Greens is the Greens have opened their arms up for the LGBT, triple plus, and the environment, but Islamic values, it seems to be. And what happened was a lot of Muslims actually went with the Green Party instead of Labour. So he's even lost the vote that he aimed for originally.
Yeah.
And just another one, which I think won't be news for Lee. I can't remember the word they talk about it, but it's to do with like they go in together. This is like a word. So when adults go in together, the national average is 12, but in some polling stations it was up to 68%.
Welshman, why would Islam go in with the Green Party if they're rainbow friendly?
Because well, this is it. See, this is the funny thing when you look at some of the green literature, it's in Urdu, right? It's in Urdu, right? And yet the reality is that their whole policies previously, obviously green agendas, and were very, very, very progressive, accepting all sorts of stuff. Just identifying alone, chicks with dicks, fine, yeah, no problem.
So in their view, it gives them the most path forward to accomplish whatever goals they have.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're in a very sticky situation. I mean, the leader of the Greens has said that he wants to legalise all drugs. That's fat, heroin, obviously, and all the rest. And he's also opened his hands to Islam. But they can't really, because traditionally, the most progressive thing ever is like the complete opposite. But they won, by the way. They won because of the Muslim vote.
This sort of sounds like a mirror image of the Queers for Palestine thing, except it's going in the opposite direction.
It's actually a party.
Yeah.
You're expecting an influx of Middle Eastern people into the UK. Isn't it also possible that if we're doing strategic strikes and only taking out leaders, that we're not destroying the infrastructure and the people would want to stay in their own setting?
I'll tell you, I do disagree with based on this particular conflict. I think if the population are true with what we've been seeing and not the media like to report it too much, I think it is just about a change of regime and them staying in the country.
But the Islamists won't stay in the country. They'll be lynched like the Shias were when Saddam got taken over. When Saddam got taken over, the Sunnis were fucking ruined. But up until that point, they've taken out the Shias. Now, we're not even talking about Muslim on Muslim. It's talking Persian, and it's not Shiite, isn't it? It's a Shiite Muslim in that part of the world, 100%. Yeah, so they're not even basically the same religion.
I'm going to look and see
all the Mohammedans are going to leave and come to the West. Mark my fucking words.
I would like to say one thing in defense of Starmer. And allies, they coordinate what they do, and I don't think that Trump has enough confidence or enough interest necessarily to have coordinated this or any other part of his Iran policy with Starmer. So, what's Starmer left to do other than deal with whatever Trump delivers to him?
I think it goes a bit deeper than that last stance. I think Starmer's in a difficult position because he's weak. He's so weak. Honestly, if you lived here, you would every single day there's a story. But I also think the EU as a whole, because of the tariffs and the way that Trump has treated them, I think there's a little bit of pushback here that we're not going to get too involved. We'll sit on the fence, and when it looks like it might be going good, we'll get a bit more involved. And if it's not, then we've not going to get tarred with the same brush. So I think there's a little bit of alienation with what's happened over the last few months. But it's foolish, because if he comes out of this, change the regime, you know what Trump's character is like. It's more than likely he'll punish them in different ways as years go on. I just say if the US is your ally and the most powerful country in the world, I'm not blowing smoke up your asses, it's true, we all know that, then you get on board and you do everything you can to help them, because just like in 1939 up to 45, you just might need their help again one day. So make sure you support the USA.
Can I respond to Welshman?
Yeah.
So the cultural breakdown in Iran, based on Grok summary: Persia, Persians 61%, Azerbaijanis 16, Kurds 10, Lurs 6, Arabs 2, Balak 2, Turkmen 2. When it comes to religion, it's 99% Muslim overall with 1% of other groups mixed. And of those Muslims, 90 to 95 is Shia and 5 to 10 are Sunni. So based on the statement you said of a slaughter about to happen, how does that work with those numbers?
Well, I'm told that the Persians aren't Muslims.
According
No.
to the religion numbers, that they're 99%.
So RW, what was the facts again on between Sunni and Shiites? What was the numbers?
It's
95.
basically 90 to 10. Give it a low and a high. 90% Shia, 10% Sunni.
Yeah.
So that's where the massacre could come in then. That one group decide that they don't want the other 10% there, and that they'll just
But who?
massacre.
Yeah, but I mean, I was definitely under the belief that the Persians aren't Islamic, but clearly they are. Okay, but the reality is they're still going to go after each other. You know, the victor. Well, I mean, if you were under persecution by a certain sect of your own religion for multiple years, when you get your chance, you're going to fucking spank it, innit?
Depending on
And they're going to desert the place. The people, you know.
I wish Hafez TV, aka Banksy style, was here because I consider him the expert.
we can
He's
try and
a
tag him.
he's a self-described Persian,
Yes.
and they do
Yeah,
still
but
exist.
Do the USA really care who's in control as long as it's sort of a semi-puppet that agrees to the fact that there's going to be no nuclear program, they're not going to make nuclear missiles, and that they're going to help out with whatever minerals they've got, oil, because that will be somewhere down the line to help the American economy. And if Trump can walk away with, he's not too worried who's in control as long as they're playing his game and his rules.
Yes, like name one of the many countries that we're friendly with over there. If they were like that, it would be beneficial for us and for them and for the population there. The people that benefit most from keeping Iran the way it is, I feel like, are the small number of hardliners who want to keep it that way. Do you want me to shut your cam off, dude? I'm going to remove him whilst he does dad duty. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the vast majority of people over there don't want it. They want to be like whatever, Saudi Arabia or Oman or whatever, you know, like and Iran could be like that. It would essentially be like what the Persia of old under the Shah, right? I mean,
Yeah, totally agree with you. Yeah. So,
But
so fuck Iran, death
the-
to Iran, let's fucking do this. Let's fucking change the regime. I'm all in.
But the reason why the Ayatollah's in now is because there was a CIA operation to kick out the
Jesus.
king.
Snap, crackle, pop over there. What are you having,
So-
Rice Krispies?
What do you mean
So,
kick
you know,
off the king?
So there was back, it was in '79 or '77 when this revolution happened. There was a CIA-backed operation, right? That brought in the Islamists.
It was
and
not.
kicked out the king.
No way.
Well, I'll double check that now. I'll come back to you on that.
Okay.
and as for that latest comment that just come up about no, maybe they haven't, but I tell you what, they certainly got lots of proxies that go around with terrorists killing innocent people. They're controlling the whole of the Middle East in that respect, and those attacks take place in Europe or in the USA. So yeah, they might not be all-out aggression. They've had a war, but they're certainly sending out terrorists to attack people, and they're innocent. So I don't take that comment too kindly, to be honest. It's bollocks.
I'm wondering about that guy's name, Zoltan.
You talking about not laws?
You know Not Laws?
Oh, unfortunately, I do. Yeah, he's one of ours.
Is that
Usually, I
a
just ignore him. He's a troll. Be careful.
All right,
Might
fair
get
enough.
pulled in.
I'll let him troll away. Troll on, troll.
Yeah,
Play on, play
yeah. Last Dance, the CIA operation was in 1953. It was a different called Operation.
We were supporting the Shah, and then when there was a revolution that put in the Ayatollah, and that was not us. The current regime was not us. It was the regime before that they overthrew.
Correct.
Yeah.
Shah.
A couple of
So we'll
decades
probably
out, I
just
was.
try to reinstall that back with the new guy, whoever that Prince is.
Prince. Yeah, maybe I'll play some Prince later. Purple Rain. But you know, I before this happened today, I was not ecstatic about this happening. I don't know. I don't know what Trump is really thinking here. Is this like something that's built up over time that goes back to, you know, the embassy bombing and whatnot? Is this a response to everything that's happened over time, and finally this is the straw that broke the camel's back, or the missile, so to speak? So what is the motivation here? You know, why now?
Iran's been an enemy for a while.
That's what I mean.
There's probably not one single motivation. It's more like a strategic opportunity, and we're coordinating with Israel. So it's not like we just unilaterally decide to do this.
There is,
But
there
I'm
is,
nothing but optimistic. Like, I think this is a great thing. The rest of the world seems to think it's a great thing. So I'm confused by the negative reactions to it from people.
there is,
Just like Maduro, I think, was a good thing, and the El Mencho in Mexico was a good thing. Same thing with Iran.
Just a
These
bigger
people needed
scale.
to go for a while.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I basically was saying, let's go, let's do this. If we're gonna fucking do it, now we've, you know, done more than dipped our toe in the water. Let's do this. Fine, I'm fine with it, and I agree with you. But the El Mencho thing and the Maduro thing are here, and then this is like much bigger in a geopolitical sense, and you know, an international sense. And other surrounding countries have lost people, but that being said, it seems like Iran has targeted civilians in its neighbors, which isn't helpful. I don't know why the fuck they would do that. I think they bombed that massive wild looking hotel is it Qatar? It looks like the sail of a sailboat.
Yes.
They fucking flew a drone into that thing? I mean,
I think it was Dubai.
oh,
Or were they
Dubai,
both?
yeah, Dubai.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they thinking doing something like that?
This is probably desperate. They're on the way out. They're just throwing whatever they can.
Why would they attack them, though?
And all it is doing is reinforcing the reason they need to go in the first place.
Yeah,
They're
I
just
think
attacking everybody around them right
silly.
To answer your original question, Steve, I think in terms of why is Trump doing it is, I think he feels it's the right time. The country's weakened for a start. There's people out on the streets rioting that want change, and I think he's got thinking this is now or never. And I think that's why he said the message to the people. You know, we're doing this now. You need to get out on the streets and take up the slack and that's why I think it might not end up being something that's feet on the ground and this, that, and the other. It's up to the Iranian people now to push it over the line. And
I think there is something that has been happening recently that is a matter of concern for the nuclear proliferation aspect. The Iranians have, and it's not, the name of this is not very well known, but evidently, and it's claimed that the Iranians have been starting to reconstitute their nuclear program in a location called Pickaxe Mountain. That's not the word that Iranians use, but that's
It's now called Flat Mountain.
well. But Pickaxe Mountain is deeper than the other sites that were attacked in June. It's got multiple features to make it much harder to attack than what was accomplished in June. And it's claimed that there was substantial evidence that they were getting ready to turn the key on this new site and start the enrichment process all over again.
Interestingly, the laws to get a gun license in Iran are almost identical to Massachusetts, from what I've read. But it's not easy. So, and I suspect it's harder to get one there. So I'm imagining this whole revolution by the people. What are they going to have? Pitchforks? What is there going to be? One guy with a gun? I mean, it isn't going to work. They're not going to be able to quote unquote rise up unless we do the old Ollie North thing and get them some AR-15s or AKs or whatever the hell they need to actually rise up. Is that going to be part of this? Is there going to be? I'm sure there already is CIA in country, but are they going to be doing some sort of a groundswell revolution campaign with the people and organizing and arming?
I doubt it.
There to rise up against. We've
Uh,
decapitated most of their top leadership.
Okay, just a heads up for everyone.
I mean, the
Did
people
you
are
know
partying in the streets right now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, just muffled,
Yeah.
buddy.
Okay, yeah, just a heads up. There's been a bombing of a primary school in Iran today. Reports of 80 to 108 dead.
Yeah, I
Is this
heard
the thing
about
you were
that.
talking about being debunked already, Jeff, or was that from a prior?
Say what?
No, I'm just
Oh, the
double
girls'
checked.
school? No, that was Iran shot a missile that misfired and landed on a girls' school. So then Iran tried to spin that as, oh, look, Israel just bombed a girls' school. And the internet, of course, swallowed it and ran with it because they want to believe that. About
Where'd the
Israel.
missile
And
come
then
from, Jeff?
Iran. It was one of their own missiles.
Yeah.
They tried to spin. That's why we have to be very careful because this is a terrorist nation. There's propagandists, so we have to be very skeptical of news reports that come from that side. And people are
Bro,
they
we're
see it on the
skeptical
internet
from
and they
homies
just
versus-
swallow it instantly. Oh my God, Israel's so horrible. Look, they just bombed a girls' school. Well, that's exactly
when was
what
the event,
Iranian propagandists would want them to think.
When was the event? Was that from today or was that prior in history?
Earlier today, the girls' school.
Okay, so I was just curious if that was from the same. Okay.
Right. I think that could be really right. But I was just, as you brought it up, I was just checking what papers mentioned it, and Financial Times are insinuating definitely that it wasn't a blue-on-blue kill, but they're saying strike on Iranian primary school goes 108, according to authorities. This girls' education school facility hit as US and Israel launched joint military operations. So I'm going to keep on reading, but they're giving the insinuation it was done by the US, but I wouldn't put it past them if it was blue on blue.
No, that's what I heard too. My sources, which don't exist, but sources have said it was the U.S.
I can believe it.
Well, we can fact check it because it's been debunked. I'll try to.
Yeah, fact check away, bro. That's what I want.
It just
Go ahead,
it's
Lee.
like the knee-jerk reaction to believe, like, oh yeah, that totally sounds like something the U.S. or Israel would do.
It reminds me of the story.
And mine is not. Mine is, of course, this is propaganda. That
It reminds
we're
me
the
of the-
least likely to do something like that.
It reminds me of the story a couple of years ago when a missile hit Poland and Zelensky was calling for Article 5 to be enacted because Russia were now attacking Poland. And then they found out the next day. Luckily, Europe did nothing. The next day, it was actually a Ukrainian missile that had hit Poland. Oh, God.
Now, when I had first heard it, I assumed it was just something had gone awry. Some system on a missile had fucked up and it went where it wasn't supposed to go. By no means did I think that anybody did this intentionally, whether it came from Iran or from us or Israel. I would have put it up to the horrors of war and technology isn't perfect sort of thing. So I think trying to pin it, no matter where it came from, I don't think it was an intentional thing by any party, personally.
Real quickly.
Just on a lighter note, I remember witnessing a video showing the Gaza cloud, the Pally lot, firing one of their missiles off about 10 years ago, and they were using like litre bottles as fuel gauges and stuff. It was quite entertaining. The thing went up about 50 foot, turned around and did a U-turn straight back on him, and fucking blew up in front of him. Yeah.
I just want to quickly land a plane.
Propaganda before. Do you think it's true, the news about the Ayatollah being killed? Do you think that's right? Iran is saying he is. Americans and Israel are saying he is. Yeah, I think he might well be. But what do you think?
Live stream from YouTube.
Ali Ayatollah, or the Ayatollah with glasses, I think he was probably killed. There's just too many people running with that story for it to be fake or false.
The thing is, though, he hides for like a long period of time. You don't hear from him. And the thing is, if, for example, he appears tomorrow, it'll be like the Osama bin Laden days, where he was supposed to have died a million times before he was actually killed.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they could have said he was killed. They could have had somebody who looked like him. You know, who knows? So, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like he's dead.
I mean, they already
Sounds like
Terry, right, Jeff?
Sounds like a good part of his family's dead too.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. They've killed members of the family.
They say that over 40-something people in leadership.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Let me land the plane real quickly with Dubai. I did a quick prompt with Grok to see why they would strike Dubai, and they said on Truthful Promise number 4 that they were going after U.S. military assets and bases. So that's why they struck Dubai.
And that's what he said at the UN, whoever the Iranian who spoke at the UN earlier, that these weren't attacks on their neighboring countries, but they were attacks on their enemy, the United States. Yeah. And that leads me back to why Keir Starmer didn't want our planes there. But it is a slap in the face, Lee. You're right. I mean,
yeah, it's not good. It really isn't.
I mean, we've got Bahrain telling us we can have our shit there, and then the UK saying no. I mean, come on, you guys. We helped each other, you know, through history. So it's sad.
Well,
and what is Keir Starmer a fan of Iran? What, he doesn't want us to fucking get rid of these assholes? Fuck him. He sucks.
Exactly. He'll be gone in about 5 or 6 weeks. He'll be gone.
That quick, huh? Wow.
Yeah, because we've got more local elections coming up, and once they get devastated in those, then the Labour Party will say he's got to go because he's the one that's causing us to lose. So he's really is on borrowed time. Believe you me. I promise.
He's lost the Muslim vote. You know, these by-elections prove it completely. And if he's lost the Muslim vote, he's got no power. Zero power.
And what you don't know as well, which Base will back me up on, is that he's also tried to delay these local elections.
Yeah.
And then it went to court, and he said, "No, you can't do that. It's democracy." So he knows he's going to lose, and he was trying to delay it on the fact that there was not enough staff to be able to go through a voting system and count and this and that. And they turned around and gone, "No."
And let me repeat it to someone who didn't say it very clearly. International observers that were checking, this particular by-election, said that in some wards, in some of these polling stations, 68% of the people going in were going in communal voting, going in together, where the national average is 12.
It's being investigated at the moment.
Communal voting is essentially party voting, which is very common here in the United States. Every party votes for its party, unless you have an independent mind and vote individually.
Well, in the UK, it means that the husband tells the wife what to vote, or actually votes for the wife.
Oof.
That's what that means.
That's different.
Yeah, that's what it's 68% in some polling stations.
Let me just say hi to Let me just say hi to our longtime friend who will not say there are 5 lights. There are 4 lights.
I didn't even see him in the chat. He must have snuck it in there.
Yeah, he's the man. Welcome,
Hey,
buddy.
buddy.
He's been around forever.
Is he allowed to
How long
speak on
you
the
been
China?
He's been all over the world, so he can speak. BD00814. Hello. 13 kids and his goat.
I seen some protests in New York for the Islamic regime of Iran. I thought was it was very weak. Well, yeah, these people weren't. Yeah, the whole. It seems like you listen in the tower blocks of Iran, and everyone's cheering and beeping their horns and stuff. And it's a bit like Venezuela. And then you go to New York and you got these soft commies, these Marxists that are fucking saying, you know, I'm bigging up the Ayatollah. It's just crazy, really. Or their regime.
Yeah, there were some protests in Boston today. Silly. I don't
There
know
were
what
videos of Jewish people and Persians dancing in the street in New York together and celebrating.
In burqas and yarmulkes, or what was the garb?
I don't know if they were in burqas. They were doing like Jewish dances and singing cultural songs.
Any
We had
frog
the same.
outfits?
We had the same in Manchester today.
No frog outfits. They're probably at the other protests.
They ran out. They couldn't buy them.
I'm all for a good anti-war protest. If that's what they're doing, just pure peace, that's fine. I have a feeling a lot of these people are more anti-orange man than anti-anything, and that's their greater motivation. But that's just me. Hey, whatever. Anna, join us if you want. Drunk is okay. It won't hurt your
We enable inebriation here.
exactly.
Do you drink, RW?
Once in a while.
No, you do. You from time to time, yeah. Okay. I've never seen you drink. I've never seen you drinking when you're on. Maybe I just haven't. Maybe
I just
haven't
can't. I
noticed.
can't much anymore. That's all.
Uh-huh.
He comes on hungover occasionally from the night before. But generally
The hangover lasts longer than the drunk. Kind of a sad situation.
but yeah.
So I just want to get kind of a baseline from the panel members. Is everybody on this panel either for, indifferent, or against American intervention, or or Israel intervention in Iran?
Or I want more of it.
So
You're for, so
I want
he's
intervention
for
all over the world.
pro. Okay. But to a point, Jeff, you're not saying we should go gangbusters into mainland China.
I think we should gangbust wherever we can while we have the momentum to do it and take down all the terrorist regimes, bad actors, threats to the United States.
Well, China
I think we need
is maybe China's
Go
a
ahead.
bad example. Let's go North Korea.
Well, you know what, Steve? China.
If the
was-
opportunity presents itself like it did with Iran, I'm not opposed to it. I doubt many people would be opposed to it.
I was going to say China was in the English news this week with what do you call them? You know, like planes that are big enough to deliver missiles. You know, because they're an ally to give them help and stuff. And it was, and the article was based on the fact that this was a good theater for them to try out some of their technology, which they were happy to give to the Iranians to see how well the Americans could cope with their technology. So they've been supplying them by the sounds of things.
Interesting. Yeah, and it did hear some scuttlebutt about some Chinese battleship heading to the Gulf. Is that right? Anybody else hear about
I
that?
haven't heard that. I'd be very surprised if China's going to touch this one. I'd be extremely surprised if China wants to get into this one.
No one's going to mess with this.
There was a Chinese scientist, I believe, that was arrested in America recently. They'd come from China, and they got caught with some shit on them, some sort of chemical stuff.
Yeah, I
And
saw
their
that.
phones, can you fill in the gaps? because I am sort of I'm making it a bit up, but she wiped her phone 3 days before she left China or something. Really unusual behaviour.
Yeah, that was pretty bizarre. Um, uh,
They obviously had intelligence, Steve, didn't they, to pick her up at the border, or pick her up as soon as she got here.
let me. They were smuggling worms. Is that what it was?
In our butts.
Well, I think it was something sort of like could be used as some sort of chemical agent against people, and she definitely had her phone wiped 3 days before she left China. She's admitted it.
Last Dance is onto it. The Bloodhound has got the sense.
I think she was arrested in Texas, but don't try it. Maybe, but
Can you define
Put it out.
fascist not laws? Can you define fascist?
Yeah,
bigotry?
I
Ignore him.
I can't get into it.
I warned you.
It's just
Um,
my understanding is it's all power in one man, sort of like the Pope. Pope set up.
He's just a moronic troll. That's his only goal.
I mean, I try not to bring out the old hammer of banning.
No, you can troll away. I just
You have to ban him. All he's gonna do is keep looping on his socialist talking points.
So,
do you know who he is?
What do you?
I know him from my community. I don't know him in person, but I know him from my community.
I mean, if we just can
He one of the Discord folks?
bring him
you
on.
don't want me to feed
Bring him
the
on.
He won't come on panel. He's never paneled. He's a chat person.
What do
chat
you think,
citizen.
right? I'm just going to throw this out there as being sort of not devil's advocate. It's the wrong thing, but just be interested
Jesus is advocate, Lee.
in your views. If let's say Iran released a hypersonic missile that took out one of the aircraft carriers, it just got lucky and got a real direct hit and took it out. What do you think the USA would do in retaliation to something like that? I mean, it's hypothetical, I know.
That's a
But
hell
let's
of a
say-
hypothetical.
Well, yeah, but it could happen. Then they've got hypersonic missiles. So
Define hypersonic real quick, and then I'll answer.
it's like the fastest missile in the world.
Is it faster than Mach 5?
I think it might well be. Yeah, doesn't go up to the atmosphere and then comes down like in a straight line. Very hard to take it out.
Because they're smacking all they got out of the sky at the moment, and those are Mach 5s. So
I'm just trying to look it up,
Let's
to be
say you
honest.
get through with the
I
hypothetical.
don't want to give you misleading information, but
If
yeah,
that-
it's 15,000 miles an hour. Mach
15,000?
15,000 miles.
There's a large range that I think is considered hypersonic.
But what do
Good
you
Lord.
think? What do you think you would do as a country if all over the news? Can you imagine that? God forbid, by the way. God forbid.
Let's just say they took out one of the not most average presidents, but badass military equipment in the world, the Gerald Ford. If they took that thing out with a missile, yeah, that would be.
Yeah, because it's so difficult for you. You couldn't launch a nuclear missile because there's so many innocent people that want regime change that we get killed.
A
I don't know
nuclear
what you,
missile? No way.
you don't think you would go nuclear
No.
over that?
No.
I do not think we would escalate to nuclear weaponry. I
Jeez.
think
So what do you think? Oh, okay, interesting. So come on, one by one. What do you think you do?
Let me answer. We're
Yeah.
already doing strategic military strikes, correct? With intense accuracy.
Yeah.
Okay. We would continue to do so.
Right. Even with that happening, then, so you wake up tomorrow morning and the Ford aircraft carrier has been taken out. Worldwide news. It's absolutely devastating. You just think you'd carry on doing what you do?
I think the most logical response is that with a quick and rapid succession, they would take out precision targets. They would show a use of force that would be more than what they're doing now, but it would still be the same type of warfare.
It's a good scenario because I think aircraft carriers are vulnerable.
Yeah. Last dance.
Yeah.
I just googled this biological thing, and I put down Chinese citizen arrested in America on biological, and it's come up. And it seems to be like, do you mean to read it out to you, or do you want to have a look at it yourself? Really weird. There's something going on there. It says between June 25 and early 26, several Chinese citizens, stroke researchers, including so-and-so, so-and-so, ching chong ching, ching chong 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 chong, were arrested and charged in Michigan for smuggling undeclared biological materials such as roundworms and some fungi into the U.S. The University of Michigan labs, with some cases involving allegations of potential agricultural threats,
Yeah, so you can
while
read
initially flagged as a national security threat. Some charges were later dismissed, reduced in time served by. Wow. Yes, they look like they were going to fuck around with your crops, your farm.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. There could just be. Usually, these things have mundane explanations.
Well, there's been like 6 different arrests over the last year, and they've arrested like 7 citizens.
Yeah.
Arleigh
Different
Burke,
times.
I believe he was admiral, right? Navy.
You know, in the U.S., we have this fish called the northern snakehead, is spreading all over the place.
It is an invasive species of the worst type.
The first ones we believe that were released by ethnic Chinese who bought them for food from Chinese groceries, but they were alive, and they released them as sort of a way to do a good deed on behalf of somebody maybe who was sick.
What was the creature? Sorry.
The northern snakehead. It's a fish.
Okay.
Let me twist that across a little bit. Have you noticed in history where nature, when you put diversity in nature, there's always a detrimental effect on the native species there, and you could twist that all the way around to us.
Yeah, well, nature is a semi-local thing. There's very few species that are international. There are some, like the osprey, which is one of the most prolific birds in the world. But go ahead, RW.
Iran confirmed Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is killed in airstrike.
Yep, I figured they would.
So Iran have now said that's the case. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
Oh,
the fact.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the fact, Jack.
There we are.
Good.
Yeah, so it could be like the West and the UK are suffering from rabbits, like the Australians did.
Yeah.
Remember the rabbit problem the Australians had?
Well, you're going fucking computer voice now.
Well, Base, do you remember? You might well remember that British Rail had a problem with the soil on the banks of the land near the railway tracks. So they thought it'd be a good idea to introduce Japanese knotweed because that would keep all the soil together. And now we've got problems in the UK with like people aren't insured against this. So if it ends up in their garden, it's like takes over their foundations and everything else. It's like so deadly.
Right.
Have you got Japanese knotweed in America?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's a huge problem in the UK.
Apparently, scared her from to say, but she stuffed her mouth with chocolate. Now she can't talk.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Oh, okay, never mind. False alarm, boys. False alarm.
It eats into your foundation. It's pretty bad shit.
Sarita.
Yeah, well dangerous.
Yeah.
You have to remember. Sorry, go on, Steve.
I was just going to say in the early late 1900s, we brought Eurasian house sparrows to Central Park, and those are now one of the most prolific birds in the country. And of course, the Eurasian starling or European starling, another invasive species that is everywhere. So, what are you going to do? I just don't really care about them as much because they seem to be able to coexist. They don't fucking eat all our birds like the snakehead does. It eats all the fish. It's a fucking nasty little fucker, and it will displace all the native species in an area.
Oh, it rings bells. This rings bells.
Yeah. Oh,
See,
discipline. Yeah.
You got to remember, and
Bandit, man.
I'm a believer in evolution. So but in evolution, the predators and the prey they evolve incredibly slowly together. So there's it's extremely rare that a species evolves that has no natural enemies unless it's at the very top of the food chain.
In the creation theory, they all existed at the same time.
Okay, so you toss a species from another area that evolved in that area, and either it's going to perish quickly, or unfortunately it may be invulnerable because there's no natural predators, and
And let's not
that's
forget,
what happens.
it's not just the plant. It's not just the plant world. When we were out discovering the world, we ended up landing on islands and giving the local
Nice.
population gonorrhea, syphilis, and that killed them off because they never
Yeah.
had it before. So yeah, not good.
How about that, RW?
Sorry. What was that? Sorry. I was,
Just showing you my production value there with my ticker.
nice.
When Lee talks, on the top of his what's causing that crackle on the top of his mic? You know what that is?
Is it me?
Same thing that's causing it on yours, fucking Welshman. Nobody knows. But maybe
okay.
it's proximity to each other. I don't know. What do you guys?
it's the UK government that's tapping their feed.
I don't know.
GCHQ. They're listening in. They're recording.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Long live the Queen, everybody. Long live the Queen.
Last Dance says he doesn't know about that. Mr. Last Dance, you lie, you lie.
God save the Queen. She ain't no human being.
Well, it's the king now, remember? Not the Queen.
Eh.
They're definitely listening.
I was a big fan of Diana. Diana, she was something else.
Just on a more present thing, obviously we mentioned Restore last week. Restore is the new party that's sort of come up, and well, all that noise is gone. And now they've had over 100,000 paid memberships now into the party. Just to put into perspective, currently the Conservative Party is on 113,000 members, and they, in 2 weeks they've basically got that in 2 weeks.
That's amazing.
It is, isn't it?
There's an unconfirmed claim of first liberated city in Iran's Abdanan protests. I'll drop the summary
Excellent.
back.
That video that the leader of Restore made when he was, at his beautiful farm in rural England, that's what every American thinks of as England,
Yeah.
And of course, you have to have a barn full of like modern Jaguars and a Ferrari and maybe a couple Aston Martins in there. So
Did you see the wheel? Did you see the wheelbarrow of shotguns he had?
I did not. I like it.
Well, the reason why he was arrested not long ago because Nigel Farage kicked him out of the party because Rupert Lowe said he was too weak on migration, and basically Nigel kicked him out. Now, what they also did, they reported him to the police on some sort of bullying shit because he's a gun owner, because he's a farmer. They took his guns away, but they took his guns away because he had so many in a wheelbarrow. So in that thing, you see a wheelbarrow of guns, which is a signifier, just for, you fucking assholes. Because it's all been no further action, but they confiscated his guns, which is the first thing they do in the UK.
Yeah, you can't really do anything in the UK without getting a knock on the door from police, it seems. A tweet, a Facebook post, whatever, and they're there. It's embarrassing. Run a rape gang
Yeah.
and they don't ever bother you, but you fucking tweet something and then you're fucked, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was this
Tweeting.
wife of a conservative councillor who did tweet inflammatory tweet talking about the hotels and fire starting and stuff, right? But she deleted it an hour later. She realised what she did. She deleted it, and she spent how many years in prison was it? Was it 22 months, or
Yeah,
he got
that's
sentenced
right.
to 3 years? He got sentenced to 3 years, but I think he done like just under 2 years. And she was arrested on the Sunday and convicted by Monday afternoon.
She should not have said that, and I wouldn't be against her having some level of punishment, because inciting violence, I think that goes beyond even like the levels of free speech, if that's what she was trying to do. But 22 months is outrageous.
If I try and quote what she said she wouldn't care if they went up. So either
Well,
way, yeah.
That's protected speech. And,
Well, I think that's, if I remember rightly, that's what she actually said. She didn't. But either way, I understand your point. But like you said, we're getting like child and non-seen beasts that will. Some of them don't even spend time because the judge says, "Oh, well, he's from Sudan," and they don't know any difference in Sudan. It's 11 or 12 in Sudan. You know, well, he wouldn't know, would he?
No,
And they
but
allow them to get off.
the other real controversial thing about this was that Keir Starmer decided that he was going to make example of anybody that was, he believed, inciting violence or speaking against, let's call it the regime. And what he did is he fast-tracked them through the courts, but to make room...
24-hour court.
Yeah, and to
24-hour court.
As you well know, Base, to make room for them...
They released criminals.
Early, real criminals, that had bloody committed heinous crimes. So we could...
And the worst thing, Lee, is when they released them, it was caught when they were coming out of prison, and there was like Albanian gangsters coming out with their Rolls Royces. So you were literally seeing foreign criminals, gangland criminals, like the Albanian crews, right? And they're literally leaving the prison. And as they're leaving the prison, they're giving the guy that's leaving the prison like the Rolls Royce or the fucking Lamborghini, and they're all driving off down the road. And this is the same. And this is the same day that Lisa Connolly was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and they're literally and it's just like, wait, you've just released 500 prisoners, 1,000 prisoners to make room, and they're literally rubbing their noses in it at you and just going, look, we're going to get back to business. It's crazy.
Absolute
insanity.
Optics was terrible. The optics was terrible as well.
RW, you seeing any more action over in the Middle East?
Not at the moment. There's a pause on volleys. I'm not sure. We're just waiting for more action. I'm curious. So our FBI is on high alert at the moment, of course, because of fear of terrorist hits. Do you guys have any thoughts on the probability of the United States suffering a terrorist attack in
100%,
retaliation?
100% in the same
How
way
would
that
we
you
know
pay
that?
it. You'll see it, I promise.
I think
Just go off the vibes, because I don't have any way to even begin to calculate.
There's 100 sleeper cells in the UK now that are Iranian based. There's 100 sleeper cells, little like 1-2 little cells all over the country, and this
Where do
is
you
what
get that number?
the security forces. What was it, about 6 months ago, Lee? There was a load of Iranians, Nick, with loads of equipment, long bomb making equipment in the houses in the country, backing onto green fields and stuff. They got found with loads of shit, and that's hush again. But I was, because of that incident, there was a security analyst on the news, and literally He's saying this. He's saying we know this. So, like you said, if there's 100 in the UK, there's supposed to be 1,000 in America. Little 1 dot, 2 dots in certain places, you know.
So here's,
We've done something by now.
if the regime waits until it's too late to do anything, then it will be useless. If they sort of shoot their load too soon, then it won't have maximum value. So there's some intermediate point at which they will activate these cells. It's a point
Now or never,
where
innit?
it's
Now.
a point where
Now.
they'll be able to be useful. Like, one thing to keep in mind is that, you know, if there were, it's great to have these cells if you're Iran, but if you don't, it would be great to sort of pretend to have them, to have that, to kind of keep a plausible, credible threat there.
True.
So you can never be sure.
What do you believe that the regime has any chance of standing after this event, after whatever the United States and Israel are going to be doing right now?
I do.
You do believe that. I don't believe that. So
Okay.
if in your
I don't.
scenario, to have them wait because there will still be a regime afterwards, that makes sense. In
I don't
my
think
view, if
it would
there's
be-
no- Go ahead.
Yeah, it would be unusual if a regime could be overthrown with this significant of a military, could be overthrown just through airstrikes.
The reason why I think that it's already in the process of toppling is because of the population there's view of their own power. If their view is that they're against it to the point where they're willing to risk their own lives to push against it, I cannot
Yeah.
see a regime standing.
Yeah, I think something like that has to happen, but I don't
Yeah.
see any evidence that it is happening.
Okay.
In some sense, Trump's timing was not ideal. If he'd have done this sort of just as those protests were reaching a fever pitch, it might have had a bigger or better chance of taking advantage of a steamroll effect or a tidal wave of anti-regime
I
activity overrunning everything that they have.
I suspect his military advisors probably told him, although they probably thought the timing was right in the sense that you're talking about, the preparation and logistically would not have been sufficient. They might have been able to pull it off somewhat, but I think they weren't in a strategic position to do it then. You know, that's my thought. Maybe they should have been Last Dance, but they weren't. And even still, like that, as Cup of Tea pointed out earlier, the Gerald Ford is underway, steaming towards, but it's still in the Mediterranean as of now. But it's got a whole crew of warships with it, so we're still staging and getting prepped here, seemingly as this is going to be a long-lasting thing. We've got a lot of.
I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be any more long-lasting than Venezuela.
Well, if that's the case, then it's going to be over tonight.
To me, it
It's already
seems
over.
almost over. Like, it seems like 80% over.
You think so?
It just doesn't look like they have the firepower.
I mean, they killed all their top people, 40-something, the top leadership. I don't know what much is left of the regime.
And I'm sure all of us agree that we want it to be over quickly as well. They don't want this to be protracted and boots on the ground and everything else. It'd be great if it's over really quickly.
To me, this was a surgical strike. I don't think they even would have done it if they didn't think that they could get it done.
Yeah.
What about taking apart the military? The smaller bases, the enrichment areas, the scientists, the leaders of the Revolutionary Guard, and all of these guys, like really hammering them.
cup of tea.
Well, they just pissed off every country in the Middle East pretty much. So I think if people want to go in there and help the populace take out the military, they'll have plenty of support to do it now. And they have Israel right there.
Yeah, and that's a funny dynamic. You've got Israel and the other countries in the Middle East. They don't necessarily like Israel. They're not fans.
They all have a
of-
common enemy now.
Yeah,
Very
it means to
immediate
an
enemy.
end. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this before. Me and you did last dance. How Iran was almost given a break because they were an enemy of Israel. Then that sort of made them a common friend of the rest of the Islamic countries. You know, because they have a common enemy together. So it was sort of a Iran was given this pass because of, you know, their religion and their hatred of Israel. But does that flip now?
I don't know. I really don't.
It does after today. I mean, all of those countries were just attacked by Iran.
Yeah.
Those countries, a lot of them fear their own populations more than they fear Iran.
Well, yeah, because Iran, like I pointed out earlier, has made it very difficult for their population to get guns. Some of the other countries have not. Some of the other countries have warlords and smaller level people who have big clans and all kinds of fucking guns.
Looking sharp,
David.
David.
Got to go to the army barracks, man. You've got to open up the army barracks. That's what the public are going to do.
Barracks.
It's going to be a couple hours till we get any confirmation if those unconfirmed takeovers of certain areas are happening. But if that is a actual occurrence, then this is going to be a very quick tumble.
Only you guys can answer this question. But if you, as in the guys from the US, if this ends up being very quick and the population revolt, now they feel they've got the support of the US, and within 2 to 3 days most cities have been taken over, Trump's been successful, how much is that going to be influential on the midterms?
Good news would be very beneficial.
Right.
But at the same time, I feel like in the United States, people are so chosen in their camps that it doesn't matter how good or bad Trump is. It's not going
Yeah,
to
it's just that 5% in the middle. It's that 5% in the middle, right? Those floating voters. And the thing is, that's good for them. They will look and say, Iran's not a threat anymore. Good.
And also, another interesting question from my point of view is, you being obviously from the US, if it does work out very well in that, no casualties, hopefully, thank God, it's over in a few days. You've done the situation with Venezuela, you've sorted out Iran with a regime change, and maybe even Cuba's on the cards next. Who knows? But as an American, does that make you feel very proud, and that we've got a president that means business individually? Does it make you feel good?
Not me.
Wait, does
Okay.
what make you feel good?
Don't get me wrong. I prefer success, even military success, but it just gives me a kind of a fearful feeling that there's a shoe to drop, that there's just no, we're not going to get the last word. That's my fear.
Right.
What is it? Is it based on anything, or is it just vibes?
Just history.
What
Everything
parts
we've
of
ever, other than Grenada, everything, all of our attempts at regime change have had long-term consequences that we just never calculated.
I get that, but in terms of maybe being sort of crude about it, leaving a country in a mess after you've intervened, has it actually affected the USA directly, though?
I can't think of how it's affected us
Well,
directly.
I know what it has done. It increased your arms sales.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
just thinking, as much as there hasn't been success in the past, sorry, Steve, is that does it really matter if you achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Well, did the formation of the Taliban and the rise of Osama bin Laden happen after the Afghanistan and Russian war, and after we sort of, in some people's eyes, abandoned Afghanistan and left that country to sort of create that culture and that government? Or, yeah, I guess so. And then they turned around.
Didn't we
and-
help the Taliban along?
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Against the Russians, we did.
before. I'm talking in the 90s, in the late
Yeah, the
80s,
Russians.
early 90s.
But there are four lights. It took us 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban.
Yeah, pretty funny,
I don't know if
right?
y'all
Yeah.
see a counterpart to Iran. Like, is there a faction in Iran that y'all are worried is going to become the new Taliban?
No, it's just an example of.
And did you feel this way about Venezuela? Like the other shoe dropping?
Oh, definitely. I did.
How so?
So,
I mean,
so
the-
in terms of
there's-
your... in
One
terms
second, Lee. Hold
Sorry.
on. Let me just.
Yeah,
I want to hear what Last Dance was going to say.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
I mean, the communist government is still in power there. They're only doing our bidding because they're afraid that Trump, will do something else. But as soon as Trump's gone, the next guy may not be interested in going to a fight with, some pissant South American country,
So power through peace, or peace through power, or whatever that wording is.
something like that.
So this is based on gaming out scenarios 3 years from now.
Yeah, I guess
You're,
it's
you're
not.
more like it's more of a long-term fear, not an immediate.
It's not like I did anything as precise as gaming out scenarios. I'd say it's more of just a feeling. It just gives me the jimmies. Or the Russell's my jimmies. Is how I would say
Willies.
it.
You rustling your jimmies over there, Doc, man.
Yeah,
So
Russell's
the
jimmies.
question I was going to ask, and once again to the guys in the US, there is under Biden or Trump, do you feel more secure? And I'm not talking about just about what's going on in the Middle East in terms of your borders and everything. Do you overall feel? Well, he's got his ways. I don't disagree. I don't agree with him with everything, but he's kind of a man that gets things done. Or did you feel better under Biden's presidency?
Oh, come on. If I'm going to compare it to Biden's presidency, I'm going to say this is better. But that is a low bar.
Who's on the respirator?
It's not.
Oh, sorry.
It's not.
Is it aphid?
I did it again. Hold on. I did it again. Okay, you fix it.
Mute me. No.
Sorry.
Aphid.
Someone
You-
muted
you
me
mute
thinking
your
it was
mic for a
me.
second, buddy.
And then they unmuted me because they realised it wasn't.
Jeez, that was like fucking the whirlpool of. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, somebody's.
Was it me?
I don't know.
I don't see how it's you. It sounds like someone's like deep breathing on the mic, but Welshman. is
Oh,
muted
it could be me because I do have some. It's probably me breathing.
You're not healthy
No,
yet?
I don't think it was you, man.
2 weeks, dude.
Jesus.
Well, I'll mute mine for a while, and you can see if it gets better.
I
I
had
think
co-
it's probably my breath if I had to guess.
I had COVID last week. I didn't
You're
even know
pretty
it.
sexy, Aphid, so don't worry about it.
Really? How do you know it now?
Well, because the guy I've been working around got it after I felt like I had something, and then he had COVID. And I felt, when I thought back about it, I had a fever and the headaches and shit. And I was like,
Chinese
that was
flu.
COVID. Yeah. But it was so insignificant. All I did was pound a shitload of water for like 3 days, and I felt better. So, but yeah, I
I'm
wouldn't.
Mexican, mate. I'm Mexican.
Texted me asking the same question.
What? He was breathing.
Are you fighting the flu, Aphid, or COVID? Do you know?
Like, I think it was the flu. That seems to be what it seemed similar to people that have had it. That
Man, buddy,
is
I'm
going
sorry.
around here. Yeah, 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks.
Sucks. Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, I'm pretty much okay. There's just some unfortunate remnants that are hard to shake. The coughing and some digestive issues.
Man.
I remember having it in 1998.
Is that Sarita I hear?
Yeah, she's hanging out. She's here. Heather's watching
last
too. She's asking who the mask breather was.
Sorry, I wasn't going to say anything, but then it started to get worse.
I bet it was me. I bet it
It was
was
a
me.
little creepy. I don't
I'll
know.
have
She had PTSD from a high school phone call.
Well, I didn't hear any breathing, so usually it's the one that can't hear
It
it.
was, it was just for
they're
me.
the problem.
Thank you. And Heather.
I'll try
Heather
to
might
keep
have
my
liked it. We
mic a
don't know.
little
She didn't say it
further
was a
away.
bad thing.
He who denied it supplied it. Hey, it's Heather.
Pretty much.
Hello.
I'd like to say something about that last question though. I think the average American, maybe not the ones on this panel, but the average American doesn't really think about like safety and, you know, more secure with one president over the other.
You don't think so?
As
That
far as
was going to be my answer too. I felt safe
as
under
far
the
as
gun. I didn't
as
worry
far
about
as
national
like
security either.
like our safety, like what I mean, you know, we're not in Europe where we're, you know, the equivalent to California to New York to some serious shit going down. You know, we're landlocked over here and nothing's bad happened here, besides 9/11, which was an isolated event.
Yep.
You know, I don't think we usually care about. That's why I don't think that, like, if this is a successful mission, do I think it's gonna help Trump for the midterms? Probably not. I think the only thing that's gonna help that is like, you know, lowering price, or people feeling like prices are, you know, life is more affordable for them. And
But that's not the
bar that, I don't think anything's gonna help them.
Right, and that's not even nothing to do with the government, because when prices on
Pretty much.
tariffs go down, companies don't lower their prices, certainly instantaneously. It takes a long time for that. They're happy to raise them. In fact, they'll have the stock in the store that they bought at the previous price. Those tariffs come in, the prices of the shit on the shelves that they already bought goes up. But then retroactively, when the prices of tariffs are removed or go down again, it doesn't reflect on the retail prices sometimes ever, you know, so it's almost like once the government causes prices to increase, they don't really regulate ever again. It's rare. You get the few things that do, but most of the stuff just stays increased, unfortunately.
Same in the UK. Same in the UK. Exactly the same in the UK. Like same with the fuel as well. The fuel will never go down. In the sense that it might go. Say there's a big crash. I remember there was a crash about 15 years ago, and went up an awful lot. And then they said, "Oh, great news! Fuel's going down," and it goes down like about 20% of what it's gone up, or maybe 30% of what it had originally gone up. So you're not actually saving anything. It's just they've balanced it out, and like you said, it never goes down. It's like food. The tins just get smaller, and the price still goes up.
Exactly.
Or the jar. You know, you used to get jam jars. Used to be $4.54. Now they're like $3.14. You're thinking, where's the 130 grand? It's fucking just disappeared.
I'll tell you where you're never going to see it go down is with vehicles, because steel's up. Oh, it's much more expensive to build a car. Yeah, well, that's never going to matter what steel is. The prices are where they are. Car companies are happy to make more money. They're not going to fucking reduce prices, especially when they're all collectively more expensive and nobody's going to step out of line and sell a cheaper vehicle.
Well, the Chinese E-ones have, mind you, haven't they? They just jumped on the market. They're everywhere.
We don't have them yet.
Oh, that's because of the tariffs.
Is
That's
that
because of
mini
tariffs.
pickup truck, that little flat pickup truck that they were talking about?
Well, no. I mean, we're getting all that top of the range Chinese shit over here now, haven't we? You seen them, Lee?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, there's certain aspects of some of them, like suspension on the one, beats any Western's car suspension. It's completely faultless. You know, their interiors are just amazing, and they're about 2/3 of the price, something like that. Is that about right, Lee? Or maybe half price?
No, they are about 2/3 actually. Yeah.
Well, it looks like Based Welshman has become Based Chinese Man. He's appears to have a new sponsor.
Oh,
There was also criticism of, and I think they're going to see what they can do about it. But once a month, the governors of the Bank of England get together and decide what the interest rate's going to be. They usually leave it the same, or they might change it. But the last few months, they've been bringing it down 0.25%. But what happens then is that everybody that's got mortgages ends up getting a reduction, and it takes you end up paying the same amount for the first month after it's been announced, and then they're in a position where they can drop it down, and you might save 30 quid a month or something. But it's really interesting because if they put the interest rate up, it's instant, and the very first month you pay the more money. But they're getting criticised for it because it's just not fair. It's just unbelievable. And you can imagine, can't you, that if you delay it for a month, then you're talking about millions and millions of pounds, on a nation. So, robbing buggers.
Interesting.
Chivalry is dead.
I mean, anyone have anything to offer here to Heather's comment? I want to keep her involved. She joined us on camera, and that was really nice.
Heather.
I find it interesting that let me double check that. I think because she said Epstein, it's hidden unless I hit live chat.
Yeah.
I always forget to click. I always forget to click that.
And I think
because I didn't see that comment over there.
Is it the Unabomber? Unanimous?
Maybe it could be.
It is
that.
It's not the singular bomber. It's the unanimous bomber. Unless there's another bomber who goes by the Uni Bomber, which is
It's
possible.
the one that took out all those pen and pencil factories. That's terrible.
That is
Ban
terrible. Mute him for 5 minutes.
I accept.
Why, is that a brand of pencil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I bring up a nice question? I've brought it up before, but I've never been satisfied with the answer. It's an open question to everyone on the panel. So we've got blue states, Democrat states, that want to cooperate with ICE in some of these, in some cases, very recently. And I asked the question previously, and I want to know why no one suggested it in the Republican Party, which would be to allow these sanctuary cities and these blue states. It will attract criminals and wrong'uns naturally because they'll feel safer in those states, and just basically allow these blue states and sanctuary cities just to go down the pan in a way. Yeah, what I want to know is, why haven't they suggested it? And maybe do you think it's a good idea? Because that would solve a lot of the violence. Just if you want to live in squalor and shithole, there you go. Well, like lawlessness. You know what I mean? Wouldn't it just right? Does anyone else understand the question here now, or what?
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. I was reading something.
I fell asleep after you started talking.
Okay.
You were reading about the Unabomber, just like me.
Okay, well, we got the blue states and the red states. The blues don't want to cooperate with ICE. Not all of them, but there's some that don't. So why don't you just allow those states and sanctuary cities just to roll the dice with them? Just allow it. It would automatically attract wrong people and wrong-uns to those states because they'll feel safer there because they've got, the local governments that won't cooperate with ICE.
Welshman, why would we want to allow a safe place for that to harbor and fester?
Well, because you've got plenty of fish to fry. ICE has. So in a way, if they don't want to cooperate, why don't you just allow it, and just let it build up and let it boil itself, if you know what I mean.
I think that as a nation we should uphold our laws. I don't believe in allowing areas of a nation to be sovereign to themselves and follow different laws.
I'm not saying not go there at any point. I'm just saying just allow it at the moment because there's loads of fish to fry, and just pick up, what you can. And if they're being really rebellious in it, just vacate it, and just keep on working away and come back fucking hard.
I got no problem with that.
They're going to run into the same problem when they come back, like whether they do it now or whether they wait.
Yeah, I understand that, but it makes obviously their work is slowed down to like a crawl pace, maybe 10% how they could work normally without all that bullshit, right? So let them succeed, but then they're going to get the grapes, and then they're going to get the sexual assaults and all the other shit that goes with it, the murders and the gangline shit, and the kidnapping and the fucking whoring. So just get that on steroids. That'll just increase, surely.
We have a situation happening right now where Denver, Colorado, and I'm not sure where in Washington State Jeff was talking about, but there's mayors there that are signing orders saying that the federal government immigration cannot come in and use public property. They cannot cover their face. And so we have this pushback that's continuing to happen, and I'm waiting to see what the fallout is when either a state law enforcement goes to pull down the mask of a federal law enforcement, or who overreaches in that scenario. We have a civil war scenario.
The police won't act. The police won't act. They won't act.
I think for their own well-being, they would not act on that order.
Seattle didn't. The mayor told them to, and they said, no, we're not doing that.
Well,
That's all it takes. But it ultimately comes down on who has the authority. Like, it's same thing with Anthropic and the military. Who gets to tell law enforcement what to do? I think that power should remain in law enforcement. I don't think AI companies should be telling the military what to do. I don't think cities and states should be telling federal law enforcement what to do. And once you cede that, I think it's a bad idea to cede that ground. And Minneapolis is a good example of why.
And also, I mean, the law enforcement, and the reason they didn't follow in Seattle was because their main honor is to the Constitution and upholding the law. So essentially, you hope that that's what police officers stick to. And if they don't, then they're breaking their oath. Simple.
Well, they might swear on the Constitution, but they certainly don't practice it. In a lot of cases I do see on social media, I know that might be the exception, but it doesn't seem to be the exception.
No, but I think some of them do, and they pride themselves on it. And when they don't,
I'm sure.
And when they don't, it makes a really good video, and that's why they get 1 million views on fucking Audit the Audit when they fuck up and don't follow the Constitution, and then all of us can watch and see and say, look at how fucking stupid this cop is. He's taking away a person's freedom for nothing, you know.
But I've seen
there are
coppers.
activists and groups out there who they gain for delegitimizing law enforcement, and I don't think you capitulate to those people. I think you continue to make law enforcement as legitimate as it already is, and you don't play into the counter narrative that it's not.
I can give countless cases where I've seen body-worn cameras, for example, very recently, where a copper has arrested some chap. The details I can't really remember, but it was completely unlawful what he did. And he said to the supervisor, he said, I can arrest him for obstruction or something. And the supervisor was going, yeah. He said, and he said it's against his rights. Not against his rights, is it? And the supervisor's going, no. And they're 20 years senior. And I mean, it turns out they weren't bent. They were just wrong for 20 years. They were arresting people for 20 years for shit that they have to identify. no crime stated. I remember it now. There was no crime stated. It was just reports of someone, and he said he has to identify, and he didn't. And it was just basic. It's Fourth Amendment violation straight away. And it's just like, they're in the job over 20 years. How many people have they done this to?
Yeah.
You know, they weren't lying. They weren't lying. They honestly believe that he had to give his identification. You know, I'm all the way across the pond, and I know that's not the case. I'm not getting paid 150 grand a year to take people's rights away. I mean, it's disgusting.
For when it comes to ICE, the situation in the United States, there's people that are against ICE enforcing law, and when the mayor issues an order and emboldens those people, and if the mayor is telling the police to protect those civilians, it emboldens civilians to push back against ICE. My concern is that when they push into Colorado and to Denver, there's going to be another Alex Preddy event, because people will be emboldened to push back, overreach on their actual rights, and start to get involved in the way of these law enforcement operations, and we're going to have bad situations.
And I'm just guessing that automatically those areas will naturally deteriorate, and there'll be more crime and just more decay in these places. So in some ways, they're writing their own fucking obituaries of these cities.
Steve's getting called out for the
it's definitely
pervy breather.
Definitely him.
Me?
Who is it?
It's Smoke Steve. Yeah, I realized I'm breathing out my nose. I'm like, it can't be me. And then I can hear the wind hitting his mic when he breathes out, and it sounds.
Oh wait,
on that.
I might not have my settings right.
You need your noise cancellation.
I can hear your fan. Yeah, I can hear your fan too.
Oh, it was me all along.
I thought it was it earlier on. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally night and day.
It come in and out. It went clear a few times earlier on. I thought myself, you just found your noise cancellation, but then it came back.
That's all it was.
So Welshman is the
here
one
now.
I'm having trouble hearing. It keeps crackling.
I know. It's a
Well-
constant problem.
This is the perfect.
The accent too is hard for me to understand. So the combination of the two, I'm not catching a lot of what you're saying.
We're all professionals here.
I've learned
It takes years of practice.
I've learned the Welsh accent over
Unfortunately.
the years.
I have to watch Welsh TV with subtitles.
Yeah. Whoa.
Well, there you go, Heather. Problem solved. Now you can enjoy the show.
I was trying to find a cop shooting video, but I can't find it. So.
And with I don't. It sounded like he was like saying something about cops misusing their authority or something. But you have to put it in perspective and be able to contextualize it. That is not the majority of law enforcement.
Of course.
So if people are cherry picking the incidents where cops do cross over a line now and then, and start to engineer a larger narrative about law enforcement in general, that's when I would start to be skeptical.
But I specifically give an example where.
I just didn't hear the example.
Well, the example was that they wanted to identify a chap, no crime stated. The guy who got arrested, he got his supervisor. The supervisor agreed with him that he has to identify. And
was the guy driving?
Like show ID?
No, he wasn't driving. And while they were on body cam, the cop said, he said he was violating his rights. I wasn't violating his rights. And the supervisor's going, no, you weren't. And it's a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment. And they got done. They settled. But what it was on body cam, they was doing this. They've had 20 years of experience. So if you've had 20 years of experience, and after 20 years, you honestly, and I believe they honestly thought they were correct, how many times have they fucking violated people's rights?
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
Still don't understand.
To me, that's
Is
not
there a link or something you could drop?
I know some of the video. I don't know the specific videos.
I can't remember.
This
It was one of the
particular
latter.
this particular scenario happens when police don't know exact laws. Of course, if you're in a car, you get pulled over. Everyone in the car has to identify themselves on foot. If you're not suspected of a crime, you do not have to identify yourself.
Steve, when you're pulled over in a car, as far as I know, in America, the driver needs to identify. That's it.
No, anybody
same
that
in
the
UK.
officer, no, that's not true. Anyone the officer commands to identify themselves in the vehicle.
So if you lose your Fourth Amendment if you're a passenger in a car.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
that?
Is that state by state or federal or what?
I'm very suspicious that just being in a car
That's what he said.
neutralizes an entire amendment right.
Yeah,
I know that you're
that's clear.
detained, but I have not heard that if you're not driving, you have no right when it comes to showing.
Why are we assuming that being asked for your identity is a violation of the Fourth Amendment?
Well,
Right.
because
It's unreasonable.
there's no crime. There's no crime.
If it's at the threat of detainment or arrest, then it is. If you are not obligated to identify yourself. In other words, last dance, if somebody's walking along and they demand you for ID or they're going to cuff you, that's the issue. It isn't just the asking.
Cuffing you is considered a seizure under the Fourth Amendment. Just being detained is considered a
Sarita
seizure.
Googled it. Sarita Googled it. She's got something to say. Go for it, Sarita.
The Google says that passengers don't have to hand over ID or whatever unless they're suspected of a crime. It's just the driver.
Right.
But
Sure.
Because it's a driving offence. It's not. If you get pulled over in a
It
car
goes by jurisdiction.
wait, let me finish. And you're suspected of, like, say, shoplifting, then all of you will have to identify. But if it's a driving offence, it's the driver.
As long as the cop can show reasonable suspicion, he's probably covered.
Well, reasonable suspicion means reasonable suspicion of criminal activity.
Is looking too sexy a crime?
I think it is because I never have that problem, but
Oh, you're
but
biased.
I suspect it's not.
Okay.
And it says
What?
it varies by jurisdiction. There's no overarching federal law about passenger thing or about showing ID in general.
So
I don't have a problem
back to-
showing ID to. I can't even believe this is an
Showing-
issue.
Showing ID and giving your name are two different things.
Either I have no problem with either. Either one is not burdensome to me at all.
That's fine. Then you don't have a problem. But it's just like anything else. You don't have rights unless you assert them. Otherwise, you only have them in theory.
That's right. Whenever I see a police officer, I just keep repeating, "Am I being detained?" You know, whether he's interested in me or not. I'm just.
That's a good
Am I
idea.
being
That
detained?
police-
Am I being detained? And I usually
just ask him if they've
I
seen my
usually
video.
videotape them the whole time.
And I wish one of them would say, "You are now."
Name, rank, and favorite cereal. There he is. He's on cam. Watch out.
Look at that!
Shut
Look at
the
that
cam off.
sexy face. Why don't he just keep that cam on?
Oh,
Because it's illegal. It's a crime.
you got ID for that, boy?
We couldn't
How
see
many
clear
Proud
up
Boys
into
are
his
ICE agents? What?
cavernous nostrils at that angle, though.
What is that? I didn't understand why you're asking that question.
Whose
Oh.
question?
47 days of training. Oh yeah, Zoltan is he's on a tear.
He doesn't really know anything. He just recites narratives that he's learned. It's quite
That's
amusing.
my impression. Yeah.
How's my volume now, chaps?
He's he's
Oh, it's a lot
basically,
better.
You're
he's
up
a
there.
lib of TikTok, unfortunately.
Well, I went to go wired headphones, and I just found out my new phone hasn't got a fucking 3.5 jack anymore.
Welcome
So
to
I'm
the
actually
future.
loudspeaker.
Really?
You
Yeah,
see,
they have-
your quality is much higher now. So
Is
Thank
it got any? Is it got any kind of jack?
Well, no, I just found out. I tried to shove it in. I tried to shove it in like a because I got a like a sleeve on it.
Now you're
That
fading.
was a bit small. I was trying to poke it in there. I was like, that's not happening. I pulled my steel back, and it's fucking not there.
once in a while, Welshman will put his microphone in his armpit. So it's just a
Oh.
thing.
But yeah, I just think this the police force, like in the UK, the standards are too low. I see so many examples I see, and a lot of the time they're abusing it. But there is a percentage of it where they're just ignorant. And of course, if we're ignorant of the law, we get the full force of it. Well, if they're ignorant of the law, well, we lose our freedom
No,
for up to
there's
24
accountability mechanisms for cops. They're not the final word.
Yeah, but you know when the cops investigate the cops, that's what happens in the UK, like in America. Same thing.
So-
You have cops investigating cops. Don't
You don't trust internal affairs in America?
you? No,
Oh, based on what? I have no reason not to.
come.
trust.
Did you?
Well, you
that
should
was a
never.
serious question.
You should it doesn't matter whether it's the police or any other organization. You should never entrust investigations to the same organization that's
Yeah.
being that's in.
Well, they're usually independent. Like
In question. It just doesn't make sense. Does it? It doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't, and it's funny because, like in the 80s and 90s, and it's all down to money. There would be police that would travel around the local area, just to show a presence. They might come across something. Now the police force in the United Kingdom is just reactive. You never see them unless somebody calls them. And that just alludes to more crime happening because it's like, well, we're not likely to bump into a squad car or a copper on the beat because it just doesn't happen anymore. Until a crime is phoned in, then they'll leave the police station and they'll go and investigate.
So I reported a crime 2 days ago, and it's not something I do. But
Yeah.
the only reason I did it is because it affects the community. And they park in a car park. Well, we've got like a car park, but we park, and then they're called pool cars. And a pool car is a car that gets used by criminals in the locality to do their crime, and everyone uses it. Do you understand what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
And there's one part of the car park. It had a smash, and the number plate was pulled off it and all that. And then the next day I went downstairs the next morning, and the car had then been reversed in instead of driven in. So obviously they'd be driving it around again. So it's obviously involved in serious or petty crime. So I rang up the non-emergency, told them, and they haven't done fuck all. Haven't done absolutely fuck all. I said, it's a pool car. You understand what a pool car is? And they're like, yeah, we understand. No problem. I'll tell them now. I said, it's got no tax and MOTF checks. If we can check that, you can just put a number plate in and check that on our website. So they're clearly driving illegal, and it's being used for crime, 100%. It's not just an untaxed vehicle being used. And it's still there. No number plates. They've zipped the number plates off, so it won't be even a stolen vehicle, as far as I know.
Mm.
Like a house burglary job, where they take the keys. So it looks like it's not burglarized, but the only way you would know is if you take the number plate reading off it. But if you've got no number plate to read, it's just an anonymous car.
Funny fucking cup of tea said I investigated myself, found nothing wrong. He's basically
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
he's quoting a Bob Dylan song called the John Birch Paranoid Blues. And the last line in the song is what does he say? He says, last verse, well, I finally started thinking straight. When I run out of things to investigate, I couldn't imagine nothing else. So now I'm investigating myself. Hope I don't find too much. Good God. Great song. Yeah.
Which song?
It's called the Talkin' John Birch Blues, Paranoid Blues. It's about the John Birch Society. Very funny, very good song. It's from the old bootlegs that Dylan made, those fabulous acoustic bootleg recordings from the 60s. Good shit.
So Kalshi is pretty much taking over a lot of the BNO News Network, a betting site. The last post from BNO is saying that oil prices are expected to rise when markets open after the U.S. and Israel launch strikes against Iran, because there's a 46% chance Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz. I was expecting United States citizens to do a run on the gas stations today.
How?
Should have. I was out. I should have.
But RW, there's a reason why they can't really do that. Is because they supply, I think it's 20% of China's oil, and if they stop the Hormuz Peninsula, or whatever, that strait, they won't be able to serve China. So
I thought they already closed it.
I haven't seen that.
I seen a report. I seen a report why China and Iran as not as like an ally like Iran thought they were going to be to them. They're not the allies, but at the same stage, Iran supply, because they, that with the restrictions, I think they do a lot of the ghost ships to China with the old fuel. So.
Are we going to give them the old ghost ship treatment that we gave to Venezuela and drop a few fucking Rangers on there and
don't be
a
surprised,
sea captain, and turn those fucking things
if they got a
around?
Chinese flag
whatsoever.
Here's an interesting test to see how thorough the United States wants to be in its airstrikes. One thing you could do with air power alone is destroy the entire Iranian Navy.
Isn't that one boat?
No, it's not. So we'll see what happens there.
All right, let's look.
I believe Iran also has submarines, so we'll see what happens there.
Is there a detail?
What do you think's going to happen? Anything different than happened today? We'll probably destroy whatever we have to.
Well, honestly, I don't know. The more that's destroyed, the more that's targeted, the more I believe that this administration intends to really accomplish regime change.
It's summarized to be 90 to 100 or more vessels. That's a day's mission.
I think everybody wants regime change. I thought that was just a given.
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure that the Trump administration is committed to regime change.
The people seem to want it. We're collaborating with Israel, who wants it. We seem to want it. The Iranians seem to want it. So I just assume that the world would like to see a different regime other than a terrorist regime ruling Iran.
Do you think China will care as long as they continue to get their resources?
I don't think China is in the position to do much right now.
And I don't think they care that much.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah,
it's not a battle they're going to pick.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I mean, the list of of shit they have looks pretty pathetic, but it does exist.
It exists, but it's literally a day mission.
The 3 Alvand class ships were commissioned in 71 and 72. Muj class. Let's see. What is Muj? Domestically produced light frigate. Looks like a piece of crap. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling too threatened by their Navy last dance.
I'd also
mean-
love to know the data of how many of their soldiers actually want to fight against the United States.
Well, that we don't know that, but can we find out how many drones they've got? What's their drone capabilities? Because I know they originally was supplying the Shahid drones. Is it the 200 and the 300?
Yep, Shahid drones. Yep.
Yeah, to the Russians. But now the Russians have taken that on board. Now that's in house. That's in country
Yep.
now.
They made improvements and manufacture them themselves.
Yeah. So I mean, Iran, to be fair, the mushy best part of their air force would be their drone capabilities. I mean, what's their drone capabilities going?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know whether Iran has tried using swarms of drones.
Well, I think they were the biggest production of drones in the world for the last couple of years. You know, military drones.
Military
For the
drones.
Shahed class,
China is the biggest producer of drones, of course.
Yeah.
for the SHAHED Shahed class, or whatever that is, 136, they're estimating, or there's an alleged 80,000 ready
Boom.
with 400 per day production. But
Yeah, I mean,
if
I
they strike
suspect
those facilities, that production's gone, and if they strike those depots, what is that number?
Yeah,
exactly.
that's a lot of drones.
I suspect that drones will be the end of all conventional warfare,
Yeah, I think
including naval, because once you fire 4,000 drones at one ship, they can't hit them all. And let's say 3 hit the ship at waterline, your fucking thing is going down. I don't care how good the engineering is, so it's just a matter of time that warfare is changing.
Robots that produce drones. All you do is push the button, and you have a robot army that produces 100,000 drones a month.
I would think that at that point there'd constantly be warfare happening to continually try to take out the other side's abilities.
Yeah, there's for every measure there's a countermeasure militarily, but I still suspect China has the most formidable combination of production and technology to produce a massive number of military drones if they want it.
I seen some Chinese drones recently. They weren't drones like flying drones. They were like soldiers, and they looked like humans. But it was the way they wore, and it's the way they reloaded their guns, and it's the way they.
What's happening?
They went over like obstacles like they were nothing.
Based, if you look and see where that mic is, and you keep a consistent distance and lack of obstruction from that mic, things would go so much clearer.
Honestly, man, it's literally just literally right next to me. I've got it like a mic.
Well, it sounds like you're a mile away, and then like your next word sounds like you're right up on top of it.
It could be sound canceling.
Are you
The
sure
sound
you're not doing
canceling
like
might not allow it.
calisthenics while you're?
Let's fix. Let's try this.
If it was consistently one way or another, I think you could fix it.
All right, let's try that. Go ahead and say some more words. Welshman.
I was going to say,
Testing.
you absolutely
Hello?
fixed the problem.
Yeah, I think it was the
Can you hear
sound
me?
cancellation.
Well, it went back to my headphones, so maybe that was it.
Yeah,
Huh.
Can you hear me
that's
now?
better.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
better.
good. The variables
Sounds
are
great.
changing so drastically all the time. It's going to be.
Sounds great. Let's keep it at that.
Yeah. So basically,
This is what it
was
sounds like. It sounds like this is your mic, and you just like put your hand over it and then let it off, and then put your hand over it while you're talking.
So I've got headphones on now. See, with the
It
static
was
mic.
most likely sound canceling tech. It was
I
just,
shut the sound canceling off. Sound canceling can cancel your sound too if it thinks your sound is background noise.
It could also be MI6. I mean,
No, it's sound canceling. They're
I've
not.
already had a visit.
oh,
6
goody.
years ago.
Are you guys familiar with an individual named Ruben Ray Martinez?
Negative ghost.
Negative Ghost Rider.
Who is
Well, nobody knows about it, and that's why Texas was just getting in trouble. A Texas grand jury declined to charge a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer Wednesday, this is last Wednesday, in the fatal shooting of Ruben. The shooting attracted widespread attention earlier in the week after an organization discovered that neither federal nor state agencies disclosed the fatal shooting of an American citizen. I just think that's an interesting story because another U.S. citizen was taken out by immigration, but nobody heard about it.
Well, what was the guy doing?
I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't expect to hear of it if it was possibly a justified shooting.
Even so, a U.S. citizen being taken out by ICE, I think we're in a political club right now.
Why is that a million miles away? I mean, we've seen what's happened the last 6 months.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what he was doing. If he pulled a gun on them, then yeah.
What did you say? What did you say his name was again?
Ruben Ray Martinez.
Oh well, that explains it a little bit, I guess.
Oh, come on! I mean, it's only possible. We don't know.
You got something against
Ruben Ray?
Rays?
Says he accelerated towards the agent striking him.
You got a problem with the Taco Brothers?
Same as the other people in Minneapolis that got shot. Don't do
It's
that.
almost
to
like
cops.
he's half Jew, half Hispanic.
Great comment.
Renee Good was a U.S. citizen, wasn't she? And Alex Preddy was a U.S. citizen.
Yes, they were.
Would you guys like to hear the scenario?
Yes.
Those names sound a little more American though.
He and his friend Joshua Orta,
another
car, were on a spring break trip. The incident occurred during a late-night traffic encounter near the scene of an auto accident where ICE HSI agents were assisting local police with traffic control. According to the official Department of Homeland Security and ICE account, Martinez failed to comply with commands to exit his vehicle. He allegedly intentionally ran over or accelerated towards an HSI special agent, injuring the agent's knee. The agent was hospitalized but released. Another agent fired defensive shots through the driver's window to protect himself, fellow agents, and the public. Martinez was shot multiple times and died from his injuries. A conflicting account came from the pastor Joshua Orta, who provided a written statement disputing the official version. Orta claimed the car was moving slowly, just crawling. They were attempting to comply, and an agent fired without warning commands or giving them a chance to exit.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the
Top story makes more sense.
Well, I mean, there's no like the Alex Preddy video. All those videos, I think that made a big difference because we didn't just hear a police report.
Exactly.
Yeah, video will be the deciding factor here.
Yeah. Where was this at? Texas?
This was Texas. This is.
I think they're a little more accepting of,
It'll be on video. It'll be
murdering innocent people.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of sympathy for people that
I don't think so.
against cops.
That do what against cops, Jeff?
Escalate.
Escalate. Escalation is bad, but escalation doesn't always mean, deadly force.
Right, but you're assuming a risk. You're increasing the risk if you escalate. That's why I go out of my way to cooperate with cops and be as collaborative as possible.
Of course, and
yeah, it's so stupid. I've been in so many situations.
Once the cops realize you're chill and cool, they reciprocate. And every time I've ever dealt with them, all over the place, all the way from when I was 19 and got pulled over in my buddy's vehicle with a cooler full of vodka and beer in the back, and the cop took all the beer and left 2 chilled bottles of vodka for us to bring home to my buddy's house that we were 1/8 of a mile away, all because we were like, sorry, his house is right there, we can see it. It's like, well, I'm gonna have to confiscate this. He took all the beer.
I'm sure he wrote that up.
It was because you're white.
Yeah, well, we were in a town that's called Rockport, Massachusetts, if you know anything about it.
Can you answer a question to the Americans? Who can legally carry in the panels?
You mean state by state?
All of us.
No, individually. Steve,
Well,
you own a gun, and can you legally carry a gun in public?
I don't talk about whether I do or don't, but as to the answer of the question of could I legally possess one, I am not a convicted felon, and yes, I could.
Okay, so let me just leave it with Steve in a moment. Steve,
for example, if something was really
The
dear
rest
to
of
you,
us are convicted felons, so we're out.
Yeah. Well,
okay, so something was really dear
no
to you.
comment.
I'm giving you a scenario of a true life thing, and you kept on going to these protests all the time, and you could legally carry. And as it turns out, in previous footage, it turns out that this chap was legally carrying 11 days before he was fatally shot. And for example, we'll go back to you. Would you think it'd be a good idea, one, to carry a gun in a protest, and two, get involved in some sort of fracas on the road against ICE? Would you think that would be a good idea?
If I did carry firearms, which I don't, and if I happen to be that guy, I would not consider going to a place where it wouldn't be safe to carry. So
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't go there in the first place, being that if you can't carry there, then it's a highly likely situation of volatility, and carrying a gun shouldn't be a reason for you to get hurt. So then don't go there at all. And if you need to be there, then don't bring a gun. But
Yeah.
most gun guys want to carry wherever they legally can. That's sort of
Exactly. Yeah,
that's
so your options,
Especially and especially
so
in
your
a place
options are,
it's a more higher risk place that, like you said, you would either choose not to go or you
yeah,
would
so
you because that's a
you would either
place that
take the gun and not get
barking and walk
involved.
into an event where there's going to be high tensions and stuff like that is more of a reason to want to carry in the first place.
right. That's what I'm saying. So that's where like the gun guys are going to say, well, if it's more dangerous for me to carry there, I'm not going to go there in the first
Right,
place.
But
right.
You don't go
yeah,
there hoping for to use
yes,
it.
yes.
I mean,
Well,
what the
your
fuck?
option, your options are that you either take a gun and go, right, or and don't get involved or whatever. But either way, you either take the gun or you don't take the gun. But what you don't do is you don't get involved, do you?
Yeah, or you
And
just
he done all the wrong things, and
don't
Yeah,
that's
go.
the end result. It's a bit like that lesbian,
I'm
done all the wrong
definitely
things.
I'm definitely not down with blaming the guy who didn't, present a deadly threat and got killed for it. I'm
Well,
not going to
well, there was
blame him.
he had a gun on him, and he got himself involved. So well and good having a
He
gun on him.
didn't when he got
It,
shot.
the perception of threat is what matters on the part of the
When
cops.
he got shot, that gun was in a Department of Homeland Security
No,
officer's
no one,
hand.
no one knows that. No one knows. It's all good from your
I know
arms
the
check.
Well,
the timing was fucked up, and there's also the fact that it was a SIG P320, which is known to have some negligent discharging.
Yeah.
And nobody knows if that actually happened, but the government hasn't said that. And one would think if the thing fucking went off on some weird torquing of the slide against that,
It
the
doesn't
government
matter,
would have
mate.
said, "Hey,
It
the
don't
gun
matter.
fired accidentally, so we started shooting."
He
Nobody
he
said
he
that.
made a number of wrong
Chunk,
decisions.
Jonathan,
He
that.
made a number of wrong decisions that day, and one of them, the main one, was taking a gun to a protest. Right? Now I know you
I don't know.
legally
That's
do
picking and
so.
choosing like what we
No, you're right.
what we
It's worse than that. It's taking the results and saying, and it's saying in effect that he deserved it.
right.
Well, he deserved it because, like I said, the options were you either
Not that he
take, you either
deserved
take.
it, but he could have mitigated his risk.
Well,
Which
yeah, okay.
which of the things he did caused him to get shot?
Well, he did a lot of things to make him get shot.
Well,
One
pick
of
one
them.
thing that helped.
Okay, so if he hadn't brought a gun, you'd be alive today, right? If he didn't get involved while he's got a gun on his person, he wouldn't be. He would be here today. Okay. There's multiple.
But that's like saying if we don't have the constitutional right
Exactly.
to carry.
So
Those two
shouldn't
things
take
are
That's
the
responsibility
exactly
for
what
your
you're
actions.
saying. That is what you're saying.
That might be true, but my response would be, police need to respect people who legally carry, including concealed
Right.
carry. It's legal.
And Welshman,
Yeah,
the two examples you gave were both came down to the result of if he hadn't brought a gun, if he hadn't helped with a gun. So he had a gun. Your example is his fault was
if he
having
hadn't
a gun.
had a gun, if he
Right.
hadn't had a gun with him in a volatile situation, he'd be alive today. So
I do agree with him.
I'm under the belief that if you get pulled over by the police and you're carrying a gun, the first thing you mention to the police when they come to the window, say, just to let you know, I've got a gun in my right hip. What would you like me to do?
We saw the video. He never had that chance. He never
But
drew his gun. He never even reached for it.
Let me put it to you this way, Last Dance.
Because
Do
he's
you
in
agree
some
that
sort of rugby ruck.
if he didn't have the gun, and
He would be here today.
when he sort of looked a little baffled, and that woman got knocked over, and he went to help her up, and then the shit sort of hit the fan,
Yeah.
and then I think the agent saw the gun at that point, and then the thing spiraled out of control. Whether the gun went off or not, another agent yelled "gun." Then the guy got shot. If that gun had not been seen or been present or been on his body, he probably would have not have been shot. He might have been pepper sprayed. He might have had his ass beat, but he probably wouldn't be dead. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with that.
Okay.
So his action.
And that is not the final word.
I know.
Well,
I'm acting like I just won, but I
You've
know.
got
it's
to,
not.
you've got to take responsibility. And like you said, when
Yes,
you're
I
carrying a
agree.
gun and you
And if
get
you're in
pulled,
high
you get
state-
pulled over by the police, you tell them straight away that you're carrying a gun in the vehicle, and
Let me
tell
tell you
them
who
where
else
it is.
has to take responsibility. ICE agents and police who deal with people who are, carrying legally.
Disturbed.
Technically, he wasn't legal, but for all intents and purpose, in this scenario, they didn't know that he didn't have his ID, which
Didn't have his
made
ID.
It didn't make him. It wasn't as though that was like, oh, you don't have your ID. Well, you're dead
Right,
now,
well,
so
well,
it's not a big
Well,
deal.
Well, the
It's
reason
okay.
why he didn't have his ID is the reason why I don't carry my ID when I go to protests, because odds on you're going to come into some sort of thing, and
You
that's why
don't
he didn't
carry
carry
your
my
high
ID.
capacity 9mm to protests too. No,
I definitely don't do that though. See, and that's when you need your ID.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
So-
I understand that this statement is 99% not probably possible, but
Here
there's
we
a
go.
1% chance that he could have been involved with something before this happened away from his vehicle that we all could, even in based, could agree with, that he would have been allowed to carry, and then he just so happened to get into the situation where there was. So what I'm saying is he should never carry a firearm if there's
He
because
didn't.
there could be a chance that he could be in a situation where something like this could have happened.
No, he knew where he was going. He was a seasoned protester. He was on camera smashing a fucking ICE vehicle's back fucking
Irrelevant.
wing and with a gun on his fucking hip then. So let's be honest about it, right? He wasn't driving past like they say with like that woman.
But
she
he
wasn't
could have
driving
been,
past
and
either.
somebody else could have been that was
Well,
in the
he
same
wasn't.
situation he
He
was.
wasn't.
It's not like he teleported to the protest and was planning to teleport back to his home. He had to travel. He had to do the normal things that people do every day, that people who carry do for their protection. One of those
Right,
things
that's-
in his day was to go to this protest. It wasn't like he only brought the gun because he was going to the protest.
Last thing, I challenge-
Most people who carry, they carry it everywhere.
I challenge you saying it's irrelevant. It should be irrelevant. His actions for kicking and breaking the taillight of that ICE vehicle days prior shouldn't have anything to do with how the officers acted. But it's also possible that those same officers knew that individual and acted based off of their prior engagement with that. It shouldn't have happened, but it's not completely irrelevant.
There was 11 days previous, wasn't it? It was 11 days previous that they.
I doubt, has any one of them said that they recognized him and were concerned about him? I haven't
No.
heard that.
I have not heard
there-
them say those specific words. No.
I mean, definitely, ICE and the White House were putting out lie after lie to try and cover for this shooting. Why wouldn't that have been one of the? That would have been
What
true.
were the
Why wouldn't they have
lies they
put that
put
out?
I didn't see. I don't. Did they even? Is
I-
the investigation even complete?
Say
Yeah,
that
it's
again.
not
I'm sorry.
What were the lies they put out? And is the investigation complete? I haven't really heard anything about some
Well, right
And
after
he
the
was there to
shot,
do mass destruction as a terrorist.
they called him someone who was a terrorist.
Well,
Bondi, Pat
Christine,
Bondi, wasn't it?
Christine
Pat
Nome.
Bondi.
Well, that's where the smashing of the
Christine
car.
Nome called it.
Well,
it.
no, and I think they didn't. Wasn't I could be wrong, but didn't she even say that he went there with the intent to cause
Yes,
mass
Yeah.
casualties?
that's what she said.
Absolutely.
I think she even said that.
I mean, that's pretty a blatant
he
lie
came,
right there.
Were there
he came
factual
at-
lies like about the event itself? Because that's more like speculation on his motivation, which I don't consider like a hard lie, because they don't know why the person was there. We don't. None of us know why he was there.
She didn't say
So it's
this
not a
was
lie that we
speculation.
can independently verify as a lie. Were
I
there
know,
lies
I know,
about
but
the details
You
of
could
what
call it
happened? That's what I
speculation.
would
I'm
consider
very
a lie.
comfortable calling it a lie.
But Jeff,
Okay, well,
also,
I have a higher standard for what I accuse people of lying about. So I'm trying
Well,
to.
you have a
true,
higher
Jeff.
standard in this
Standard.
instance when you're trying to, root for your own team. I have a feeling.
Right, but
But
if you're going to
also-
call someone a liar and that's the only lie that they told, I have I need something more than that before I start seeing them as a liar and not
Jimmy's
just.
I'm just saying that I can tell by your reaction to this incident that you would say that
What
to
can
any
you tell
incident, no
by a
matter what
reaction?
she would
What is
say.
a reaction to? You don't even know me, dude. What is my reaction telling you?
You've
about
given
me?
enough. You've given enough of a reaction to.
No, you
this
just said you're going off
trying-
of a reaction, so you're not going off of anything verbal, and you're not going off of my words at all. You're interpreting my reaction. What is that?
Yeah,
telling you
your
about
interpretation
total
of her
stranger?
saying that he went there to
Right
cause
there.
mass casualty.
I didn't say that. I didn't never said
Yeah,
that.
you said that doesn't qualify for a
I
lie.
never said he went there to cause mass casualties. Ever. You can rewind the stream.
no, that's not.
She's a
I think
dog.
we are. Aphid Lip saying you said she wasn't lying, and he thinks
Yes,
she
I
was lying.
said to meet that does not meet my standard of a lie. I need something more factual. He was wearing a red shirt when he had a green shirt.
Here,
That
I'll
to
give it
me
to you
would be
now.
a lie.
I'll give it to you now.
Not speculating as to why he was there.
DHS Noam claims, and I'll drop the link in the back after I read it. Secretary Noam claimed Preddy approached agents while brandishing a gun and was carrying dozens of rounds of ammunition. She stated he arrived on scene to kill law enforcement officers. So
That's a lie.
That is a lie.
She has no way of knowing why he was on scene, but I don't consider that a lie.
But Jeff,
what
would
is
you
that?
admit that for a law enforcement official, that even speculation like that does muddy the water legally? It's something she shouldn't be doing.
I would not have made that statement. And I
Not
think she
as
did
her.
get-
I mean,
like, she
you
did
or
get
I
called
can
out
make that
for it after the fact.
in
I
this
don't even-
scenario.
I'm not defending the statement. If people are listening to my words carefully, I am just stating what my requirements for a lie to be. Before I go around saying, using the word lie, this person lied, I have different standards than just she speculated as
Yeah.
to his motive for being there.
But
And
the
I think
footage,
it's getting confused with a bunch of other stuff that I didn't say, and somehow my reaction is being like folded into this too as information.
yeah, you've been straw man there. You were.
So
Mass
when
casualties. There was
when
none of
she
that.
stated that he approached agents while brandishing a gun, that's not speculation.
No,
That's-
but what he
that's
was.
a-
Had a
that's
gun.
action.
It's not what
The
he
word
said. It's not what he
brandishing
said.
is a very loose word. So
Okay.
if you're, because this came up on a stream the other day where somebody said that he approached with a gun or holding or brandishing a gun, or I forgot the word they used. And the lie was that he wasn't waving the gun in the air, but he had the gun on him. So technically he approached with the gun because it was attached to him, but he wasn't waving it around, and so that made the whole thing a lie. And this seems similar to that. It's like nitpicking over semantic details, not factual details.
But
He
brandish
definitely
the
had a
definition-
gun. Whether it was technically brandishing does not make it a lie
Okay.
to me.
Okay.
It-
Was
No,
it? Was it?
no,
a-
he
what-
was
I-
in
I-
possession.
It seems like
He
y'all are
was-
more doing
Steve,
narrative
Let,
building than fact.
let me jump in. Let me jump in a sec. Right. The bottom line is, I don't think it was an unlawful claim from what I've seen. The footage was available immediately. Why she said what she said, she was wrong, and people could construe it as a lie. I'd mostly say it's totally dishonest because the footage was there. From the footage I see immediately, even from the footage from like 12 hours later, more footage come out. Didn't change my opinion.
when you're told to stop, you stop. I don't think it was an unlawful killing, so I don't understand why the Trump administration started giving this like inflated version of events.
What's the difference between being dishonest and lying? What is the difference there?
I mean, brandish means to wave or flourish something, especially a weapon, as a threat or an anger or excitement. He did not do that. So
Yeah.
let me find a definition of lie, because
I'm
really
I'm not holding that point. I'm not even holding that
was
point.
probably being rhetorical, but I'm not willing to call her a liar, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if any of you are getting what I'm actually saying. I'm not defending what she was saying. I'm just saying, for me, it does not rise high enough for me to call her a liar.
Well, then what? How about you? Maybe
rhetoric, I can agree.
For me,
probably spin, but that's separate categories than an outright lie to me.
Well, maybe for me to understand better, because I'm not very smart. Can you say something that would qualify as a lie that she could have said?
I don't understand the question.
Well, why don't you say something that she could have said in that moment that you would consider a lie?
I gave an example of, like, if she said the wrong color of shirt or something, that would be a factual. An independent observer can look and say, no, that is factually incorrect.
So
What about
brandishing or flourishing a weapon is not
Could be
a hard
rhetorical.
fact?
He had a gun. He had a gun.
He was
But
in
having is
possession
different
of
than
a
At some
firearm.
point, it was in his hand. What becomes brandishing at that point? This is semantic nitpicking. It does not make her a liar.
It seems
to
like
say
you're the
brandishing
nitpicker.
if
Okay,
she was using it rhetorically.
Let me read
If
three
he said he
definitions.
had no gun, or he had a different type of gun than he actually had, that would be a lie. If she knew that it was incorrect and said it anyway, maybe she didn't know, because from what I understand, she came out in the moment when it was all happening, and people weren't even sure it was happening.
Well, then she shouldn't have said it.
Right? She was
Let
putting out
me
a
ask you
statement.
this, Jeff.
So I guess my point is, I'm trying to give her a bit like more good faith than I think some of you are,
Oh, that's fine.
and it's the bad faith that I'm reacting to.
It's fine. You're good, brother. Did he actually have it in his hand?
No.
Because, Jeff, you just said he held it.
I don't know. I didn't watch the video. I'm saying
Okay.
I don't know what she knew at the time to know what she was intentionally being deceptive about, or what she thought was going on in the moment, because she came out almost right after it happened.
Okay, I'll give you this for credit. Someone
So I'm
lied.
willing to extend her a little bit of grace and good faith and not paint her as a liar. And I would do the same for any one of you as well. I
That's
wouldn't
fine.
let
Well-
somebody go around calling you liars based on whatever rhetorical flourishes you were putting into your statements, or what you may have known or not known at the time.
Okay, Jeff, let me make my position clear here, because when I seen it at the time and she made that statement at the time, I was like confused, because I'd seen the same video she'd obviously seen, so I was slightly confused. So she basically lied. Now, being
Well, lie
dishonest,
would
and
imply
lie,
intent. So
being
you have to
being
know for a fact
being
she was
being
intentionally being
I don't think it was an unlawful killing. I think it was a justified killing. But basically, being dishonest and lying is basically the same thing. So I thought about it at the time when I heard it, and I thought that's not really what happened. She's elaborated that, enlarged it and just magnified it, and basically lied. But I don't think it was an unlawful killing.
She may have elaborated, magnified, she may have been confused, but do you know for a fact that she knew one thing and she was deliberately presenting a different
She's in a
version?
position. She's in a position to get these things. She's in a position. She's in a position not to get these things fucking wrong. So as far
But
as
do
I'm
you know
concerned,
that that's what happened?
I don't give a fuck. I don't.
make
She's
a
not in a
statement
position. She's not in a position to fuck.
that
up
I
she
like
doesn't
assume
that.
you
know
don't
is
give a fuck because you're having the
wildly
conversation. If you don't-
incompetent.
Why are we even talking about this if you don't even care about it? It very much matters to me when people are accused of deliberate deception. And my impression is that's not what she was doing.
Well, let me put it like this:
No reason to believe she
she's
was deliberately
incompetent.
deceiving. It would
She's
be stupid to
incompetent,
do that.
or she's a
Nobody knew what
liar.
was going on in the moment. Why would she go out and deliberately try to deceive, knowing a
I
different
have an answer to that
accountability?
question.
I'm just going
And
on
then
my
you
knee-jerk reaction at the time. I
People
listened
in
to I
government
listened
do
to
that
what
all
she,
the
I
time.
listened to her statement, and her statement didn't follow what I watched on video an hour, 2 hour
But do
previous.
you believe that it didn't follow because she was deliberately trying to mislead you? That's what I'm
Well,
asking. Was it deliberate?
from what I
That's what
looked
a
at the
lie is
video,
to me. She intentionally
how can
went
I?
out there knowing one thing and
Jeff,
was trying
give
to
me a
get
little
you to
rest.
believe a different thing.
You've asked me a question, and then you just literally not allowed me to answer it.
I'm clarifying my question
From
because
what
people
I've seen
haven't
of the
gotten a clear
video,
answer. So if
from
you're
what
going to talk,
right,
and you've been talking
look,
over
Jeff,
everybody this whole panel, so don't start pointing at me for doing the same
Jeff,
thing. My question was not complete. Now it's
Jeff, you've
complete.
literally just
Now
turned
you
up
can
on me.
answer.
Yeah, don't start calling the shots. You asked me a question. Now let me answer it. Do you believe? Well, if I've seen the video that she's seen, and I do believe that she would have seen the update video that we've seen, which was out immediately. When she said that statement, it didn't sit right with me because I knew that wasn't what I seen. So the only is incompetent. I don't reckon she was. I reckon she was pushed, or they decided as a group to say what they said, and they said it in such a way, saying brandishing or whatever bollocks. She elaborated and basically lied. There's no other way around
Okay.
it. It's not unlawful though.
Well, that's what I'm asking. If it's not intentional, then I don't consider it a lie.
Well, she lied intentionally, but I don't think the film was
don't know.
That's
unlawful.
what I'm asking. It's your belief that she intentionally went out there and lied.
Yeah.
But he's not
Okay, and
saying.
then how
I agree based
how
on her
would you
wording.
know that? Like, do you have anything that we could test that or verify that?
If we
Or is
show
it
the
just
video
speculation
of
like
her
she
doing
was
that quote, if we show the video of her doing that quote, that is why I believe she was backing the executive branch and spinning it politically with
Correct.
bullshit narrative. That's based on the information that was already out, that was already seen by people at that time. It showed that he did not. I know we're stuck on the word brandish, but he did not, based on the definition of the word, brandish the weapon. So for her to say that he did, and then to then say his intent as well, that's a very hard political spin that I am extremely not comfortable with.
Well, right, but you still said the word believe. Do you have any evidence that she was either coached or that she herself
Without her
independently
telling me no,
decided
without her
to go
saying to
and
me,
intentionally do the
RW,
same thing?
I lied, then I can't tell you that that's what she
None of
did.
us will know.
I'm trying to figure out because I don't know the story. I didn't follow. I didn't even see the video. I didn't research it. I'm trying to find out if there's hard evidence out there that she or somebody above her directed her to intentionally lie, or if this is just speculation based on watching a video.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm
Jeff,
trying to
Speculation based on experience.
earlier on, you said you said that someone didn't care. Well, if you haven't watched the video, you're really
You
into
said
it.
you don't give a fuck, dude. You
I
said
didn't
that.
say that. I've never
Well,
said that.
whoever said that. It's on the stream. You can rewind it.
Yeah, I know
Somebody
you.
said
I know you responded, but I don't know who you were responding to. But it wasn't me because I didn't say it.
Well, right now
I
I'm talking to
clearly,
I think it
I
was. I
clearly
think it
watched the
actually was
video.
Grace.
You know what? This is
What was that,
useless.
Aphid?
I'm trying to figure out if there's evidence to prove that it was a lie or if it's speculation or your
We're not going to be able
impression
to find that out, are we? How are we going to find that out?
that she lied.
How are we going to
I'm
find that
trying
out,
to
Jeff?
Your
How are we going to
question,
find that
Jeff.
out? We're not going to find that
Jeff,
out.
That's
the
kind
answer
of
to your
what I
question
do.
is that there's
Well,
no one that has
let's
stated that she lied. She
no.
did not say
Let's
herself.
actually.
No one
So
above
The
her.
accusation that she lied is just
No.
a belief.
Let's actually
Of
see
course it
what
is.
she said. She said that Alex Pretty was a
Let's play the
domestic
video.
terrorist.
Yeah, can we see the video?
Another thing she claimed is that
I'll grab
Alex Pretty brandished a
I've
gun
never
at
seen
officers and wanted to, quote, inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. So
Well,
those are
that's
two things
bullshit
she
as
said.
well.
She has no way of knowing that. So, and we have no way of verifying motivation.
Well, we know it wasn't true.
So far, it's the word brandishing is like the hardest, most concrete lie, supposed lie that I've heard so far, and we don't know if she intentionally did it to mislead or if that was
Can you
just the
read it
phrase.
out again for me, please? Last
I'm
time.
getting the video. Just give me a second.
It's interesting that you say we're nitpicking, whereas
Yeah, that's what I
you're
said.
kind of engaged in the most semantic hair splitting I've ever heard. to
Trying to
suggest
separate belief from fact and trying to figure out what there's hard evidence for that can be verified by the
Okay.
independent observer and what's speculation. If you want to
You
call
know-
that nitpicking, I'm okay with that.
Okay, what you said reminds me of what President
I think it's
of what
nitpicking that has
President Clinton's
value in
lawyer
these
said when he was caught
So I'm not
lying
gonna
to the
apologize for
court.
that.
Hey,
President Clinton's
Last
lawyer
Dance
said,
is the last one to talk over people, so don't talk over him. I'll give you a pass.
Don't
on
tell me
Brady.
who to talk over, dude. This is not your panel.
Ooh.
Everyone's been talking over everybody all night. I
I'm
can't
as
figure
free
out
to-
who's allowed
Look,
to talk
I'm
over
as
and who's
free to
not.
tell you whatever I want to tell you.
You can say
And I'm
whatever you want,
telling
and I
you,
can say whatever I want.
Shut
back.
up when he's trying to talk.
I'm not going to
and-
shut
'cause
up.
You're
You're not gonna-
annoying.
you don't control
when you
my
talk
speech.
over
dude.
everybody.
You have no power to shut me up. So all you're doing is just telling me to do things that I'm not going to do.
I'm not
Nobody
saying I
shuts
have
me
any
up.
power, but I'm going to
If
say
Steve
something
wants
when I
me to
see
leave
it.
his panel, I will leave his panel. You have no power over me right now. None. Zero.
I'm not, but I
None
can
of
call
you do.
something out when I see it.
Yeah,
And you're
but
I'm
annoying
here
when
to
you talk over somebody like Last Dance.
You're
when
the
he's
only
trying
one trying to
make
flex
a
that you've
point.
got power
I'm
on
here
You've got
discussing
zero.
in good faith, thinking that it's very important to separate belief from fact. No one else seems to think so.
Well,
They
you're
call- they
nitpicking
say I'm
is
Okay,
what you're
okay,
doing.
Jeff. So
You're splitting
factually,
hairs is what you're doing.
I'm willing to
factually,
leave it.
You've went on for
I'm
15
totally
minutes
willing
about
to
the
leave
most
it. But I'm
idiotic thing
I'm
I've
not
ever
going
heard.
to validate that she lied without knowing that.
okay. So
Well,
you're
I'd
on
like to
about
hear
you're on
what
about
Last Dance had to say without
yeah.
hearing
Go on.
you annoyingly talk over him again. Last Dance,
I'm
do you
too
remember
old,
what you're
I
trying to
forgot
say,
already.
or did he?
No.
Did
No, I don't want
Loudmouth
to say
talk
what I
right
was
over
going to
you?
say because it was just an angry reaction too. So I'm going to not say it.
But I am going to leave the panel because there's some kind of hierarchy here that I can't figure out where some people are allowed to talk over and others are not. So I'm going to bid
No,
you.
nobody's
a good
allowed
day.
to talk over people.
Yeah, people have been
And it's
talking
gonna get-
over
it's
all
gonna
night.
get
You've
called-
been talking
it's
over
gonna
me.
get-
Welchman's been talking over everybody. You can go back and watch the stream. It is factually untrue that nobody's been talking over anybody except for me. So I'm being scapegoated for something that every person on this panel's been
God,
doing.
chill out.
So good
No.
night to you, gentlemen.
Chill out.
Thank God. Less talking over. Goodbye.
Well, I didn't
Wow.
want him to leave, so I'm sorry that happened.
Did something
chose-
happen while I was
he
out
chose-
taking a leak?
He chose to leave. Nobody chose for him to leave. He chose to leave.
I
Was
I
it
know
a
he-
very
him leave.
distinct incident, or did
I'm still
things-
sorry it happened.
Yeah, he started going. He wouldn't stop talking over people, and when Last Dance started to talk, he started talking over Last Dance. He wouldn't let Last Dance say a word. So I called him out on it, and then he just had a fit because I called him
but
out on talking over.
he kept on flexing his muscles about like hierarchy and on the panel. I'm thinking you're a virgin the first time on here. And you're like,
He's been there here like 2 times.
and then he done it to you, and you've been
I
on
don't
it.
know.
It's
I don't
bizarre.
want to. I think he's a fine guy. You know, it's fine. I mean, maybe he'll come back. Maybe.
Yeah,
he
but no
won't.
one was against him. But like he's talking about hierarchy. He's the only person who was talking, who was talking shit about muting people and stuff was him as such. Not muting, but
It's
taking control of the panel.
Oh, this show's been going on for what, five years now, or something crazy like
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
The ones that complain the most about people talking over them are the ones that do the most talking over.
I
I
don't
would-
really fucking do anything. That's the thing. There is no hierarchy. It's
granddad.
just
My granddad.
I know. I told him there was no hierarchy. Nobody had a right. But I'm going to call him out if I see something that's annoying.
I'll say this in his defense.
wait a second. We've got a new supreme leader in Iran. Yep.
Oh man, his cat. I heard his cat is a Islamist, though. I'm not sure that's a good thing. Look at that! Look at that cat. It's vicious.
What's its name? Well, its new name is Ayatollah. What was its previous name?
That's its first name. Its last name. I know its last name will start with KH. The rest, I'm not sure.
KHAT. Cat.
Cat. Or it's cat.
Or chat. I mean, but yeah.
So when Noam claimed that Pretty brandished a gun at officers and wanted to inflict maximum damage on yeah, man, he's a prophet. Inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. It's possible that she was told that by somebody. So maybe it's not fair to call her a liar.
if she was told that. But she did also say that he was a domestic, compared him to a domestic terrorist. And I don't think anybody told her he was a domestic terrorist. I think she added that, decided to say that as on her own, as
Trigger.
you know, to try and heap scorn and demonize him, because she suspected that this would be questioned. Look at that.
What is he, a prima donna? He doesn't want to be on cam?
Smiling.
I know. He's just I've woken him
Start
up.
snoring.
Because I open.
He looks, he's got a big ass mouth, almost like one of those bullies or one of those big terriers with the big jawline. But I know it's just the angle.
Yeah, it's just the angle.
Nothing makes me more happy than that.
I put the. I know I'm way too late to have this video, but I finally found the bitch, so we might as well watch it. And I timestamped the start in the private chat. So this is Kristi Noem's press release on the Alex Pretty shooting and the words that came out of her mouth.
Sadly, chaps, I examined him today, and his cancer on his bum is. I don't know if you know, he's got cancer again, but it's
Yeah,
it's
growing.
It's there. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I'm medicating him, but it's he seems fine. So there's no difference. But every time I examine him, and the way I examine him now, I put a hand either side. It's quite next to the ours. And I can feel it then when I compare the one side to the other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks, dude. I'm sorry. He's a good dog.
Yeah.
How old is he?
9.5. He's not old, see.
What's a good age for a Boston to make it to? Like, they're small.
10 to 14, they say 10 to 14. So.
Okay.
It
doesn't matter. Dogs don't
it
live
doesn't
long,
matter, man. If they're 18, 20, it's still gonna hurt just as
gonna
bad.
break your
I just mean by the breed. Some dogs, like really big ones, they get 9 or 10 years out of them, and they're like,
yeah, boxers.
My
are the worst.
sister-in-law she's changed now, but she was getting St. Bernards, and they're like 7 or 8, and it's like, man, it's like you
so
just
huge.
finally get to know them.
St.
They
Bernard.
finally stop becoming a puppy, and then they're fucking old. It's like puppy to old.
Yeah.
You know the boxer breeds?
Yeah, my dog's part boxer.
The boxers are like 8 or 10, isn't they?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. I kind of hope that mine has, because she's a mutt, so I'm hoping that that's the trait that she doesn't.
That helps.
Hybrid vigor.
Did you hear about that guy from the reality show who got the dog that was like a boxer, and then some high-pitched fucking squeak happened in the house, and the dog went fucking berserk and attacked him? Like all the videos and shit.
No, I didn't.
Your wife showed it to me, and it was pretty fucking crazy, dude. Apparently, some high-pitched whistle can set your dog off, turned it into some maniac.
Yeah, I will say that we have, which I know it's frowned upon, but we have a in-ground fence in our backyard. And there's been times when we've forgotten to take the collar off when she gets inside. And when she goes upstairs, she gets close enough to the transmitter where it'll just send a warning. It won't get her. But and then if there's any, like sometimes when the battery freaks out inside the transmitter, if it's sitting over there, and for days, it'll put her where she won't like leave a room. And she's just beside herself with, fear that something horrible is going to happen.
From the invisible fence beep?
Yeah. Or any kind of
Jesus.
strange beep, if
You
there's a
cruel
strange beep in
bastard.
there. I know, man.
What the fuck?
I know.
Hassan
Alright.
It's
Piker.
horrible. It's a
Hassan
long...
Piker, part 2, you have.
Mr. E, why did you make that comment? I'm just curious.
Mr. E made a comment?
Yeah,
Let's see.
it's I'm curious why you made that comment.
I don't know.
The neurodiversity one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big word. I'm out.
Oh, sorry. I can explain that to you if you need help.
Oh, but yeah, please do.
Well,
You
I just want to make sure we're careful not to mention anybody who's no longer joining us in the stream. So
That's why I'm wondering if that's what the comment's based on. That's all.
Sorry,
Basically, neurodiversity, and I'm honoring your request. Neurodiversity is any how do I use the words correctly myself? People that think in a way that is different to the mainstream people. That's the most simple terms I can put it in.
Gotcha.
Autism and such like that are neurodivergent.
Gotcha.
All right.
What's the opposite of neurodivergent? Neural something.
Neuroconvergent?
I don't know.
All right. Let us share this. We'll go ahead and maximize it. And
It's 25 minutes long, so I guess you got to follow.
I think RW started it at this point, so this is the statement,
Okay.
right?
Yes. Neurotypical. Thanks, Heather.
Which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to
Is
get
this
them
right?
resources, and to help them
Did it
be
start from the very beginning?
equipped for the road ahead
About 37
as we go through
seconds.
this next week. But
It'll happen
before
pretty
I
quick.
take any questions and give
Here we
more
go.
details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About
Okay.
hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began
She said this looks like.
That's
Does
right.
that-
Before that,
Yeah, but
That's
to
right.
before
inflict
That was
magazines
speculation.
Right
with
here.
ammunition in them that held immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with
Very normal for people who carry 2 magazines, 2 spares.
ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds.
Also very normal. Dozens
And irrelevant.
dozens would be 2 dozen because this is a state that probably allows 15, 16 per magazine and
Careful there,
one in the
Steve.
chamber.
He also had no ID.
No ID.
If
That
you-
was
if
the
you-
crime.
from the
No
beginning.
wonder
I
they
mean,
shot him.
No ID
There
was the real crime.
no, but
she,
can we go? So she then states the speculation that his purpose was to cause a problem, right? To cause damage to the police.
Maximum
Looks like a
damage.
situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Okay, but in the very beginning of where she started talking about that, she said that he had a 9mm and the police were trying to disarm him. So the way that she
Yes.
chose to use her words, if someone didn't watch that video and see that the story is extremely different, that is, in my opinion, because unless she tells me she lied or was deceptive on purpose, my interpretation of that is that she is spinning politics and bullshitting for a narrative. That's how it came across in my experience. That's why
Yeah,
I
well-
went and dug for that.
she said that he approached him with the weapon. She said
She told law enforcement,
and that they reacted defensively, which could not be further from the truth.
And then later she goes on to get a question of, he was labeled a domestic terrorist. Do you believe that? And she says yes, with an explanation of how this person is exactly a domestic terrorist.
And if she didn't know, and she's just sitting up there repeating lies or whatever, maybe not lying, I don't know, however you want to phrase it, doesn't matter, then she shouldn't have said anything. She should have waited until she knew all the facts before she said anything.
Right. Well, if we give her the benefit of the doubt, then she's just repeating what she was told. If that's true, then someone lied to her. Somewhere down below her, someone has lied and they should be fired.
Yeah.
Heather
So
said
either she admits to lying or she holds someone accountable. I'm tired of these kind of, immaculate conception lies that just appear, but nobody's responsible for them.
Heather made a point that's actually something that's very valid. She said, I'm surprised she didn't say it's an open investigation and I can't disclose any information, because that is the legal response.
No, see, I'm not surprised. There's always damage control. This has happened before. Remember when the Biden administration droned that family of 10 in Afghanistan in 2021? The initial statements, none of which were true, were, put the blame, these were terrorists. We had good intelligence. There was no doubt, so on and so forth. When they said that, they had already had plenty of information that there might have been a big mistake here. Maybe not all the details were confirmed, but there was definitely plenty of information that they might have made a huge mistake. But they still went on and said a bunch of things that weren't true. Even the next morning, Biden went on TV and said, you can't commit terrorist acts against the U.S. We'll find you and take you out.
It was already known at that
grocery
point as
shopping,
well, wasn't it? It was already known that it was a big mistake by the next day.
It was already known, absolutely. So
and the thing is, they stuffed 10 family members in a fucking normal car that's supposed to take 5 people.
Yeah.
And they blew the fucking shit out of it.
Well, kids take up less room.
Yeah,
So-
I think there was 10 in the car and there was 10 deaths.
Yeah, there was
but
10.
nobody survived.
I think there were 10 in the car and they all died.
It didn't just blow up the car; it like blew up half the fucking surroundings as well. Didn't it? They give it like the big bomb for it. You know what I mean?
On a lighter note,
I agree, Bottle Cap.
On a lighter note,
Okay.
The U.S. Coast Guard allowed 56 of its members back onto the force with back pay for
COVID.
Not accepting the vaccine and being kicked off the Coast Guard. That happened on the 26th.
That's a hell of a lot of back pay, but good for them.
Hell of a lot of back pay.
Can you imagine the guy like he left and then went private, whatever, and then got good money going private all this time, and he's come straight back into his job if he wants it, and now he's got his back pay on his pay and his pension will be recovered. I think they're going to get compensation.
I have to say that I'm not 100% comfortable with that. I think if the military orders you to take an experimental vaccine or to, eat lead or whatever, I think we have to decide whether that there are people that should be allowed to say no. Now, the situation, if the situation is wartime, that's different than what we had.
Yeah, it's totally different.
So, it's not. I'm just saying.
They're very brave people, Last Dance, because at the time, like a lot of people, they were all taking the jabs and they were all cursing these people out. And it turns out, as time goes on, they were the right ones.
that were very cautious, and in fact, they lost their careers over it, and they were willing to lose their careers over it. In the
See,
end.
I don't think that matters. I think if you're given an order, whether it's a stupid order, one that's ultimately wrong or not, you can't have people. The chain of command doesn't work if people below you can refuse orders.
You're getting a shout out from the chat, Welshie from TF Media. So Hillary Clinton was another experience from this week where she was in a hearing, and then apparently Boebert leaked a photo, so they paused the hearing.
What about it?
During the hearing?
During the
Say that
hearing,
again,
there was the
RW?
rule. So while Hillary was in a hearing, a closed door
Yes.
hearing, rules were given that you cannot do any media, no photography, no video.
Yeah, I know.
Boebert leaked a video of image to Benny
Johnson.
John something.
Yeah, I think she was being
Benny Johnson.
deposed, right, for the Epstein files.
Right, and because that photo was leaked, they paused the hearing. I don't know what happened after that. I'm guessing that they got back together and finished the meeting of her saying, "I do not recall," for the next 3 hours. But the point is, in my opinion, Boebert there should be a consequence for that, because it's absolute bullshit.
It's not the
So
end of the
she's
world.
literally
from what
giving
I-
lawyers the opportunity to say "fuck this."
From what I believe, she done it because it was a protest that it was in private. So she's that's why she took the photo and leaked it.
Yeah, but Hillary wanted it to be public. It was the Republicans that chose to make it
Yeah,
private.
well, yeah, she's still complaining about that. That's the reason why she done it, of all accounts.
Well, it doesn't matter who wanted it. Boebert violated the rules that were set by the.
What was it? A violation of what? Decorum? I mean, it wasn't really much of a violation, if at all. I mean,
Well, if the rule says you can't, there's no photography, then if you take a picture, you violated the rules.
right.
So
So
the
she
lawyers
could
at that
get-
point in time,
What would be the punishment? Censure?
That's too strong, but something of maybe
hard as
just
feathered,
a dressing down by the leadership.
or addressing
taking her off some committees or
Yeah.
something.
I would love to see her getting dressed down. Oh, sorry.
No, Last Dance, gross, disgusting.
Sorry. Well, I'm 63, so
Yeah, but you should still have better standards than that. Damn it. All right.
she's a hottie. I don't.
She's blinking and
Classic.
breathing. That's enough for him.
Yeah.
That means she's a hottie.
She's anything. She's human.
She's got a pulse.
Here's
got a pulse.
another one. You perverts. A Justice Department attorney referred to Jeffrey Epstein's death as a murder in internal records found in one of the 3.5 million files released by the DOJ. Those records, flagged by the legal analyst Ryan Goodman, show the FBI told the NYPD special victim units to stand down. I thought that was interesting. Because we have had back and forth on here between, how he died, and for an email from
He killed himself.
For the Justice Department to be sending emails like that, either someone just made a kerfuffle, or that means something.
Well, I would have to see more details.
Yeah,
But I have to mention, since we mentioned Hillary Clinton, someone
he's not a
put
hottie,
together-
Last Dance.
No, even that I wouldn't say.
Thank
Someone put together the obligatory fake tweet where Khamenei writes in a tweet that he has information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
There was actually a hacker group that was saying that they were going to release videos of Trump and Epstein. Did you see that?
Yes.
Well, there
There's
are
an
plenty of videos of Trump and Epstein.
Well, an
No,
empty
they were
threat
going to
saying that
release
there was
videos
evidence-
Trump
Yeah,
I didn't
with
hear what you said.
underage girls.
Waterworks.
Oh,
Okay. Can I read out something that I found out recently, a couple of weeks ago, but I mentioned it, but I've done a bit more research, and it says newly released FBI documents from 2019 interview with former Palm Beach chief Michael Ritter that indicated that Donald Trump called police in 2006 to express support for their investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. According to the FBI file, Trump reportedly said everyone knew about Epstein's behavior, called Ghislaine Maxwell evil, and said he previously banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, which I had already mentioned previous in 2004. So, yeah, a police chief has testified to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, only thing that matters is what's the evidence against him. You know,
Well, there's no evidence against Trump.
You're right. And if there was evidence, it doesn't matter if he said, if he called the police and said Epstein was a pedo in 2006 and banned him.
Once again, you know,
it's all,
you know, he's had no contact with him since 2004, according to me, because that's when he originally banned him from Mar-a-Lago for perving over a 13-year-old girl, a daughter of a member. So that's when he was banned from his resorts. So when everyone says disingenuously that he was, like, you know, involved with Epstein, you know, like recently, you know, he had nothing to do with him many years before his conviction.
I don't know if that's, I don't know if I think you might be, and I could be wrong, but it seems like you're candy coating why he's not, why he was kicked out of Mar-a-Lago. I don't think it's because he was perving over a 13-year-old. I think it was because he was.
Just Google.
Hold on. Just let me finish. I think it was because I think it was because there was a employee of Mar-a-Lago that Trump was fond of, and Epstein kept wanting to take her away.
Do you know who it was?
Took her.
I know who it was.
It was a daughter. It was a daughter of a member. It was a 13-year-old daughter.
How old was she?
13. I'll do it now.
I don't think so. She was an employee. I mean, I could be wrong on the age, but
she was a coat checker.
Yes, it was a daughter. It was a daughter working in, like, not the massage, in, like, the swimming pool section or something.
But the way Trump always put it up until maybe recently was that he was upset that he took her, that he hired her away from Mar-a-Lago, not that he was perving over her.
Yeah, this is the one that wound up being the most famous one of all. You know that. Last Dance just pointed that out. It was Virginia Dufresne.
I think her name at the time was Roberts.
The blonde one who ended up writing a book and saying, if they say I committed suicide, I did not kill myself. And then she killed herself. And that's
okay. So harassment of member's daughter, according to the 2020 book Grifters Club, Trump revoked Epstein's membership in October 2007 after Epstein allegedly harassed the teenage daughter of another club member at the pool. The father reportedly complained directly to Trump, who then barred Epstein immediately. Okay.
That's the report from back then.
Yeah, there's one for stealing an employees is one reason. One's for harassment of a member, daughter's member, sexual misconduct towards staff. Recent reports of Wall Street indicate 18-year-old beautician at the club complained.
Here we go. Life is
in 2003 that Epstein had pressured her for sex during a house call. So yeah, and it goes back to the real estate rivalry as well, which is the one. Well, I believe he didn't have much to do with him after that point. Reports suggested that relationships soured in early 2004 due to a bidding war over a Palm Beach mansion between Trump and Epstein.
English bottle cap bringing up this point. I didn't know that.
I'm not going to be running defense for Andrew.
No, so I don't think bottle cap is either. I think he's just probably stating some fact.
The age is 16.
She says she was a 16-year-old employee at Mar-a-Lago in 2000 when she was recruited by Jeffrey Epstein.
So, I mean, would you agree with me that from about 2006, 2007 onwards, there's been no contact
I don't know. I would never agree to anything because
Yeah, I agree.
I can never know everything.
Okay.
There's so much shit that happens with these people
So-
that we'll never know.
so-
That I think I'd rather always suspect them of being perverts than to give them any clearance. Because
I'm not denying. I'm not denying that Trump's a bit of a boy and all that. I'm not denying that. But all indications say, like you said, with the big claim about Team USA and all that. Well, it wasn't. It was Miss Universe. It wasn't Team USA or Team Universe. It was Miss Universe, which is a big difference. But
yeah,
they
I know
insinuate.
about that controversy. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, so we all know. We know what the truth was on that from the Howard Stern show. And it was the word teen was added. It's changed everything.
Yeah, I agree. That was a completely nefarious act when they did that.
And the thing is, a lot of people still believe it. It's one I pull out of the drawer when people mention it. I go, oh, God, let me just line this one back up because I know. And I say, go on the Howard Stern show. It's all that.
Mhm.
The word they added was teen. He never said teen. So yeah, he goes into a room full of young women, adult women. He doesn't go into a room full of 13-year-olds. No.
Yeah, I mean, I
There's
think it's
there's a
easy. It's easier to believe, in my mind, that they are all a bunch of pervs than they aren't. I'm just not going to sit there and try to prove it to anybody. So proof, as the old saying goes, is in the pudding. And if these guys don't allow proof to be shown, then they can probably get away scot-free with this shit. But
Last time always says it, and I say it too. If they had anything on him, they'd have leaked it. They'd have leaked it in the last
yeah,
term.
it's entirely possible.
But
Well,
that doesn't mean I want people to ignore new evidence that seems to surface. I mean,
obviously.
Well, the way I look at it, if I look at somebody in the neighborhood who's shady, they're forever shady, right? So, that means every time I see them near my house, I see them outside of their house. Anytime they look at my fucking daughter or my wife, I'll fucking be looking right back at them. I look at politicians the same way. Once you see something in them that makes you question them once, you don't say, that was just that one time. They're always fucking shady. But they're really good at covering their ass. So legally speaking, they're not going to be shady. But, it's our diligence to question these people because
you
I think there is
shady
more
politicians.
going on there than we can imagine.
I just thought about Joe sniffing kids when you said about shady politicians. What come to mind was when you're in the mic, when you're him on the mic, and you're going, he's sniffing, he's fucking sniffing. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Ugh.
the sniffer. He sniffed.
You can hear his nostrils pumping out.
Yeah, and you see little kids terrified of the sniff.
Yeah, even the young ones, they seem to know.
It's the same thing I look at all of them with, though. I'm not saying that that's exclusive to Joe. I think Trump is worth looking at in the same sense for some of his actions.
Yeah, I can. There's nothing. There's nothing with any credibility to do with any underage with Trump.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're all in the fucking club, dude.
Well, yeah. I mean, look. I believe
Trump used to be a fucking Democrat, for Christ's sake. There's pictures of him hanging around with Slick Willie, the fucking OG of all the pervs.
I believe the Epstein files was skimmed multiple times by the Biden government more than once, and wouldn't surprise me if it was skimmed by the. I believe 100% it was also skimmed by the Trump administration, just to take a lot of the meat out. a lot of the incriminating stuff. Sadly, and we're never going to get to see really, because like once again, of all accounts, every property was covered in secret cameras, but I haven't seen a secret video footage. I've seen handheld footage. I haven't seen any static secret footage. Where is it?
There's one thing about Trump. He did say, "Yeah, that's her with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs in case I start kissing her. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do anything. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything."
Well,
You should read audiobooks, Aphid. That was amazing. I was absolutely invested in the story.
Who hasn't talked shit on a tour bus though?
I haven't.
Well,
I have.
Have you been on a tour bus? Have you been on a tour bus?
But I would never have said that because I was never a star.
Oh.
And if I grabbed anybody by the you-know-what, I'd probably get my arm broken off.
But if you were a star,
yeah,
I'm not saying you would sexually assault someone because I don't think that's what he was saying. But
well, I sure wouldn't say it on camera. That's for sure.
But like, what are you defending? His right to be an ass?
Well, yeah, you talk a lot of shit on when you think you can get away with it, and clearly, whether it's a football tour, a rugby tour, golf tour, or whatever tour, he was on that bus, and he was talking to some. Was it a porn star anyway? He was the guy.
Oh, you're talking about when he said grab him by
Bush.
the pee? He's talking to Billy Bush. It was Extra, right? Extra?
Yes, it ruined that guy's career and boosted Trump to president.
Yeah, fucking Billy Bush got fired, and Trump got, I don't know, no harm done for Trump.
He failed upward, just like left-wing journalists.
Teflon, isn't he? Teflon Don.
Well, yeah, when we can watch it, I can find it in two. That's actually something I can find, which is
But who was Billy Bush? Because this was years ago, and I don't remember.
He was he's just a journalist for like a magazine TV show.
Yeah,
got you.
They were going to do an interview, I think, for a cheesy kind of like a TMZ type television
puff
show.
interview, a puff interview, yeah.
And they could see the chick that they were pulling. There was no video; it was just audio.
But there was a live mic, and that live mic. There was a really similar in the UK, but totally different. Gordon Brown was Prime Minister, and he interviewed some woman once in that, just a normal councillor, say it. And she said, "Oh, it's terrible. You get all these foreigners turn up." And literally, he got back into his car and he goes, "Oh, that bloody racist woman." He called her a racist and a bigot and stuff. There was on a live mic going out live.
Oh God, I got it. I got it here.
A bit like Trump.
You found the interview?
No,
It is so good.
So you think he's trying to impress Billy Bush or what? What do you think he's trying to do?
It's YouTube, so I don't think I don't get the full P word, but we're okay with that, right?
Look, he literally, if I remember right, he gets on like a 54-seater coach. Now that just reminds me of a rugby tour, football tour, and it's not like shit's gonna happen on the bus,
It's huge.
Lots of stuff.
It's a massive bus. Look at this thing.
Yes, so as soon as he walked in, he thought,
four windshield wipers. It's got 2 up top and 2 down the bottom. This thing's fucking giant.
Look at this clown in the suit. He looks like me.
It kind of looks like Elton Brown's little brother. It looks like it's sponsored by Verizon, which is great. I think they probably wanted to live this one down.
Yeah, but Steve, if I remember how the video goes,
go ahead.
Yeah, how this goes is in a way. As soon as he steps in the coach, he starts talking shit. Well, up until the point he stepped on the coach, he was like, talking to the cameras. And as soon as he got on the coach, it was just audio mic. I think if I'm right,
Donald Trump is already.
Yeah, exactly.
Already mic'd up in this bus with host Billy
Already
Bush to
mic'd
record
up.
a segment about Trump appearing on a soap opera. This is just months after
Hot
marrying
mic.
his current wife, Melania. The audio we're about to play for you was recorded just before this moment when they meet up with their soap
Already married to Melania.
star.
She's your girl's hottest in the purple.
I thought he said
Whoa.
this was just before he met Melania.
Reported in this.
Trump and how he is now responding, Marshall.
And Shannon, what you're seeing here is from
What
a
happened?
2005 recording for Access Hollywood. Donald Trump is already mic'd up in this bus with host Billy Bush to record a segment about Trump appearing on a soap opera. This is just months after marrying his current wife, Melania.
After.
Just months
Thank you.
after.
Got it. Thank you.
Got
The
it?
audio we're about to play for you was recorded just before this moment when they meet up with their soap star.
She's your girl's hottest in the purple. Whoa. Yes. Whoa.
I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just like,
That's Trump.
I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the.
Okay. Billy is too happy.
I can do anything.
Trump provided this statement, which you can find on his campaign website. It reads, "This was locker room banter, a private conversation that took place many years ago. Bill Clinton has said far worse to me on the golf course, not even close. I apologize if anyone was offended." Okay, so why are we seeing this
Right.
today? I don't
Instantly
know.
goes into
And
Bill
I've received
Clinton.
tips over the last few months from video and audio from candidates locally that the video and audio dates back more than a year. And I always ask, why are we hearing it today? Why didn't we hear about it then? Who's
Sure.
been holding on to it and for how long? In this case, Donald Trump was, I guess, just a celebrity.
All right, good enough. I don't need to hear from these quacks. I mean, I thought he was going to make a good point. He was moving his hands, and I'm like, all right, get to it. And he just fucking keeps going. And they're
Yeah.
all old anyways.
Yes, but
Um,
it's proper cringe. But do you think it's just? Do you think he's just talking shit on a bus? Do you think that?
I think he comes off as a total fucking asshole. If I heard somebody
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I might
I'm
be
not
like,
disagreeing.
yeah, okay, yeah. In your presence, I'm gonna act polite, but as
So
soon
is
as
he
I
an
leave,
ass who's talking
I'm gonna be
shit on a
like,
bus?
what a fucking dickhead! This guy's sitting there bragging about with his power, he can take advantage of women.
Right, yeah, but is he talking shit on a bus? Is that basically it?
I mean, I would have to think that he does use his power and influence to take advantage of women. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
think
mean-
that was bullshit. I would think that that's the case. That's
If
the kind of
you-
asshole
yeah,
he is.
If we're
Like
trying
I
to
would think the
define,
same thing of if the movie producer the
Weinstein.
yes
That's totally
that's-
different. That's totally
but
different. isn't
no,
it?
I would put him in the same category with him. Like
Yeah.
you come off like the same
Well-
type of a guy, the same type of a guy that would.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say they're different categories that are both
Yeah.
not something to be
It's a
proud of.
spectrum. It's a spectrum. Yeah, you're picking the worst of the worst there. I mean,
I just he was the first person that came to my mind. You know,
Yeah, I
Clinton
know,
is
but-
probably
You know-
Clinton's probably similar. You know, where he
What
uses
bothers
his
me-
power and influence to take advantage of women.
What bothers me is not just what he said, but the fact that he's like boasting.
Yeah.
It's just kind of low. I think of it as lowbrow, low class.
Yeah, agreed.
I just
like I said,
based is used in the past, and I've heard other people just like this is how it is. Like they're like you're pulling the curtains off of us, all us men, you know, to the women and being like, hey, this is just how we are, you know. And that's not just how we are. At least it's not how me and my friends are. You know, we would never, you know, we might see a girl and be like, oh my God, you know, what I'd like to do to her. That's different from what he's saying. You know, he's like, just,
so there's never a
it's
is
ignorant.
there ever occasion when you're out with your mates, right, wherever it may be, under what occasion, and you're talking shit that you wouldn't want, say, you know, your female friends to hear you talking that sort of way? There's got to be occasions.
Yeah, I just gave an example of it. It's not how I'm, you know, like better, almost like better than, and I can use my manpower over women. That seems kind of, I don't know. That's probably a poor choice of words, but he just comes off like a complete asshole. And if I was with my friends and somebody was talking like he was, and if they were my friend, I would be like, "You're a fucking dick," I wouldn't sit there and be like, "Yeah, you're so cool," I want to be more like you.
I'm not saying he's right, but I'm saying it's like a pissing ladder in the end. Then someone else talks shit, and then someone else talks shit. And
Like I said, though, it's different if
you
you're
know,
saying
you
what
sort
you
of
would
know
want
everyone's
to,
talking shit.
that you would want to be with a girl, or that chick's hot. Oh my god, that's different. That's more locker room talk. Saying how, just I don't know, like so condescending and using his power to take advantage of her. That's creepy and like a dick move. Where no, none of my friends talk like that.
Well, I do get your point. If you take it as face value that he acts on everything he says and he does everything he says, then I mean I'm taking it much likely that he's just talking shit.
Well, I
With some
mean,
blokes on the bus.
he's talking, and words matter.
I'm certainly not taking. Billy Bush was in a unique situation where he's showcasing this important person to somebody, so he's kind of got to be on the same level.
Do you know what year this was? Was this in the 90s?
Possibly late 90s, probably. I don't know. The way he looked, I would say no. It was later than that. I would say 2006 ish, if I had to guess. Well, when did he marry Melania? Because it was months after that. Let me see when he married her.
I mean, attitudes have changed a lot in 20 odd years.
2005. So yeah. So it was 2000. I said 2006. That was pretty close. I don't know. I'm just. It totally put.
No, I don't disagree.
I didn't think that the guy. I didn't think, because I made a live leak video that night when that thing came out.
Anything exploding, RW?
Oh, I got a question.
Just
before
individuals and their experiences from the recent past.
I was curious before you get into it, because before you get into it, I was Last Dance. Did you tell? Because I was a little late. So did you say what you found out by looking into Iranians' nuclear history?
I gave a very quick summary of what I thought was one of the justifications that might have inspired the attack at this time. That is this Pickaxe Mountain facility that the Iranians are building, that appears to be an attempt to hide their nuclear enrichment activities, or their uranium enrichment activities, and make it invulnerable to the same bombing campaign that occurred in June of 2025. I also discovered that inspectors had found that had found evidence that uranium had been enriched to higher than bomb grade purity in Iran. At some point, the Iranians claimed that this was due to natural fluctuation in the output of one of their enrichment units, their centrifuges. But there's other evidence that casts doubt on that claim. The speculation is that they did it intentionally to see if they could get away with it, to see if the IAEA would detect it and call them on it.
I see. Well, I was very interested because Smoke Steve, I think, or maybe it was RW, asked each of us a month and a half, 2 months ago, what we thought of invading Iran, and I said I would have zero problem if it was, as a result of halting or eliminating their nuclear weapons program. So I was interested to see what you found out on that.
What I found out on that?
No, what Last Dance found out. Because,
Okay.
well, I talked to Last Dance earlier, and he said he spent hours with the newest, most improved version of Google AI to.
Yeah, here's what I was asking it. I was asking it, how can we be sure that Iran is or is not enriching uranium or more uranium than they should be, or going beyond their agreed limits? And I reminded them that in World War II, the Allies after World War II, they interviewed German engineers involved in this crypto device called the Enigma machine, which the British and the British had discovered how to crack it, and the British and the Americans spent years exploiting it, and it helped turn the tide of the submarine war in the Atlantic that the Germans were winning. So after the war, they were kind of curious why the Germans didn't build a better machine, and they interviewed one of the engineers, and he said, well, we did do analysis of how secure it was, and we looked at it, and we said they would have to have a building full of nothing but electronic machines that would take a phenomenal amount of power just to have any hope. So we weren't worried. Well, that's exactly what the Brits and the Americans built. So, if we believe that the Iranians can't hide their enrichment activities because, it would take so much effort, no one would do that. Well, how do we know that isn't exactly what they're doing? They're exceeding our expectations because that's what they need to do. And it's
Nice one, chaps. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks for stopping by,
Cheers,
Base.
boys.
Nice talking to you.
Hey, man,
Okay.
Base, spend some quality time with that pooch, bud.
I know. Cheers, mate.
And apparently, it is impossible to hide either uranium enrichment or plutonium plutonium generation and separation. No matter how hard you try, there's no way you could hide it.
Heather, be well
Okay.
and live life to your fullest. We'll see you when we see you.
Peace out, Slim
Peace.
Slam.
Take care, Heather. So, and especially today, the technology is so sophisticated for detecting it. You can do it from air samples alone, as long as you are close enough or in the right wind stream. So I guess I believe that the Iranians can't hide their uranium enrichment. If the best way to detect it is to have inspectors go into a facility and basically swipe down the walls and the machines and the people, and they will discover evidence, guaranteed, that will tell them not only whether uranium what the highest level of enrichment that occurred in the uranium, but when that level of enrichment was achieved. They could get so much information.
Yeah, but there's also a problem. They're a bunch of fucking liars over there, and I would never send an inspector in there because the risk to their life would be too high.
Well, that's what the IAEA does. Iran is a signer of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, so
They're
they've
fucking
agreed.
liars, dude. They're liars. Last
Yes,
Dance.
they're liars, but they also, they also agreed to have inspections, and some time ago they no longer allowed IAEA inspectors to conduct their inspections.
Well, I mean, that halted right when Trump basically tore up the agreement, right?
I thought that was true, but I thought that they then re-allowed them.
Oh, did they?
well, Trump did that in his first term,
His first term. That's correct.
and then Biden became president. I don't know whether they re-allowed them then. I'm not really sure what the timeline is there.
Do you think that
therefore
that was a
life's
mistake?
A little comedy.
Do you think it was a mistake to basically void that contract we had, or?
I didn't at the time, but after understanding now that it's impossible to hide it, I think that I'm not sure I like it, but my assumption that the Iranians could somehow hide this while pretending to comply, that assumption I think was probably wrong. So I think compliance could be discovered. I'm not saying it never could be hidden, but there's so much better technology to discover where enrichment is occurring. Even if they have a secret facility, it's very hard to hide that. Even just from satellite pictures, there are lots of different ways to detect these things now, both chemically and infrared and so on. And when you get a number of pieces of evidence that all align, you can be pretty sure that you found a facility that's doing enrichment. So in that sense, I was wrong about that agreement and ignorant. That's why I was wrong about it.
Fair enough. Well, what does everybody think?
I think you're tired.
Well, no, I'm still awake. I'm just
Scum shows up, and it's always the sign of, hey guys.
Well,
what's up, you guys?
What's up, guys? Bedtime. How you doing?
Well, I should say, how you doing, Scum?
Good. How you guys doing?
Well,
Good,
pretty
man. You
good.
snuck in here like a ninja. I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention.
Wonderful.
Always good to see you, Scum.
And I ran so far away. I like to sing. Sorry.
Is
That's
that
good. It's very quiet over there at the moment.
is that
Now that it's
from
daylight.
that band Quran?
Yeah. Yeah.
Flock of Seagulls.
Flock of Seagulls. Okay, thank you.
It's their best song and their only song.
Come on, guys. Let's get serious here. Let's talk about the global positioning that's going on right now. Okay? It's just global positioning. It's nothing more. You really think that was intercepted shit that fell in Dubai and these other places?
It could be.
It wasn't even real bombs, guys. Come on, don't buy that stuff.
You know what I was?
Remember the Rothschild central banking system? Think about it, guys. Anyone who doesn't join, you're out. Yeah. Libya, so on. Come on, guys. Iran.
Well, Rockefellers were in the oil business, so they were just greasing palms.
You know, I found out some things about Canada that were surprising. You guys have a tremendous amount of energy supplies that you're not going to exploit, including trillions of cubic feet of natural gas and.
Yeah, they want to build a pipeline up to the west coast from Alberta. Yeah, and then we'll be rich. But the left doesn't want to do it. So
Yeah, I hope minds are changed.
it's been going on for years now. It's there's a lot of politics involved, from indigenous land to left and right politics and so on.
Yeah, well, I think the big
Environmental
left-wing issue is climate change, which
Right. Yep. There's a lot of.
I don't
to it.
I don't dismiss it out of hand, but I'm not sure I would want to stake your prosperity on that.
If you look up all our precious minerals, all our energy sources, we're loaded. They're just holding everything back from us for some reason.
I do dismiss it.
It's not bad to
out of
have that.
hand.
aspect.
That's fair.
I dismiss climate change completely.
It's not
You're a
bad. to have
naysayer on the climate change, are you?
Yes.
Acid rain, ozone layer, all the stuff, or just whatever's trending, or
It was as Elaine said when Jerry was talking about them two having sex. Fake, 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 fake. All fake, bro. And them's the facts, Jack. Because
you
it's
agree,
only going to
Steve?
last 100 years, and then it's all going to go back to a greater scale that's measurable over thousands of years. So something like that.
Smoke Steve was preaching from the book of Seinfeld.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I would, if I was Canada, I would look at it this way. Sooner or later, there's going to be somebody greedy enough to take advantage, especially if the rest of the world depletes their, their stockpile, and you basically have a nest egg, like a savings account of minerals and resources to fall back on. If the rest of the world goes to shit and we still are dependent on fossil fuels, then you guys, are sitting a lot prettier than the rest of the world is.
We sell coal to China. That's like our biggest buyer of our coal. Thinking old school energy here.
Really? You
So
sell
then we
coal?
charge carbon tax on our people.
That's amazing. So you do export coal, but you won't export natural gas, huh?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
They've been doing that forever, though, right?
Damn right, it's weird. It's downright illogical.
Well, I think the difference is that, that coal thing is kind of an existing mechanism that's being exploited, and whereas to get the gas, you'd have to, do some new stuff, new drilling and facilities creation. So it's easy to go with what you got without too many waves, but it's harder to build new stuff. You kind of have to listen to everybody tell you why it's wrong, and the claim is it's going to cause a climate disaster.
Assuming that's the scenario, they more than likely, because I know the country and I know they're mining, they already have the ability to extract the coal. But they're taking some virtue signal here and going to decide that we won't do that. It's not that the technology isn't there. Of course, it's Canada. They've been fucking mining coal for 100 years. They're choosing not to. They're not deciding not to develop the technology. They're choosing not to sell coal anymore. Obviously.
Yeah, but if they get hungry enough, I'm saying that they'll tap into it.
Of course, eventually.
Oh, they get hungry.
Well, we did say we're supporting you guys with the Iran thing today. I saw that. Our prime minister came out and said
I'm sure
that.
everybody will say that.
Thank you.
I thought earlier, though, weren't they saying that the UK guy was not saying that?
He wasn't saying anything except to note that there were no UK planes involved in this action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Keir Starmer.
He also said that U.S. planes couldn't use UK bases for any of the actions.
Are they're in drone strike distance, I would guess, or close to it.
Yes.
Right?
From Iran?
There's another volley of missiles heading towards Israel.
No way.
No, they're not. They're not. Drones can't go that far.
No. Missiles?
There's another volley heading towards Israel. I'll let you know. It was just
How
launched.
many?
I don't know. It takes, I think, 7 minutes for them to travel at 500 miles an hour to reach 900. Or
Why isn't Israel
15,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, my brain's getting tired. But basically they just launched. It's going to take about probably 7 minutes for us to start seeing countermeasures on wherever they're heading in Israel.
Aren't they shot down halfway these days?
I don't know if any of the missiles that they've shot tonight reaching destination.
Working Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Blue's here. Oh, man. She's
Good evening, Blue.
all right. I like having her around. She's a positive.
Hey, Kelsey, welcome back, dude.
Oh,
Is she
Killer's
the one
here?
with the boyfriend with all the skateboard stuff?
I don't know if they're
Or not
boyfriend.
boyfriend. Yeah, I know. I
I
apologize.
think they're
not- I don't-
roommates, or
roommates,
as I would
roommates,
call them,
roommates.
housemates.
Right. I knew that.
And he's I think he gets skated. I don't know.
Can we talk about something that's American and Canadian that happened in the last week?
What do you got?
Oh yeah,
guns?
what is it?
Okay, so Sunday, I wake up early at 7 a.m. to watch hockey because it's in Italy. Yeah,
Oh
you know what I'm
yeah,
talking about?
we kicked your butt.
So me and my son got up early to watch that, and obviously America won in overtime. Anyways, the two guys who were the best were the Hughes brothers. These guys, they were developed here in Toronto, went to high school here, played their hockey here. Anyways, everyone's getting a little, left and right about them going to the White House, and I guess something happened when Trump said something about the women's team. Like a bunch of the players laughed or something, pissed a bunch of people off. I don't know. Like while the players were actually at the White House, with Trump, he made some comment, and they a bunch of them chuckled, I guess, and pissed all these people off. No one cares about that in America. I'm guessing because it's hockey. I don't know.
I did hear about it.
Liberals, of course, pissed all over the U.S.
I didn't know what it was
hockey team.
about.
Like, why did the women not go? Was it because they had prior engagements? Or
No, because
it was a political.
It's political.
The
That's not
comment
what they
was,
said. But
Trump said basically, I'll get impeached if I don't invite them.
something like that.
Wow.
The male team laughed because it's a funny comment and it's true. And oh boy, now they laughed. Oh, big fucking deal. Who cares? It's a fucking joke. They had previous commitments. They never canceled on.
Aside from that, there's people angry just that they went in general. Only one guy said he wasn't going, and I think it was Jake Gunsel or something. He refused to go or whatever, but everyone else went, right?
Yeah, and we had a skier here in the U.S. who was fucking pissed off about.
Remember, like back in the day when Tim Thomas was like, "No, I'm not going to the White House."
Yeah, fuck Tim Thomas.
Remember that? He was Boston, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. He was a Bruin, and fuck him. And
he was a maniac.
If you want to do that,
was
fine. But it's your right to. I don't care. But I don't think going to the fucking White House for a little bit of honor, pomp, and circumstance means that you're like some fucking fan of the president. It
I
just
know,
means
man.
you're an athlete and you're fucking going. out
It's
of
like an
respect.
athlete in a massive honor, right? It just happens to be so
Yeah.
much bad, news
couldn't
around
agree
this
with you
guy
more.
that it's like if you go near him, you know what you're doing.
I don't
Right?
like Trump, but if I get
No.
invited to the White House for anything, I'm going.
To me, it's just part of being a champion. You want to take that. That's part of the tour.
Right.
Think of it as a
Going to-
tour of the White House.
Absolutely.
Not of being, somehow showing you love Trump or supporting Trump.
But you also know what you're doing when it's this guy. This isn't your average president in a way,
They'd be checking aphids'
Like
pockets.
they should be smart enough to know, like, okay, if I choose to go visit Trump, well, that's what I'm doing. Right?
They'd take that black light to my belt and be
It-
like, nope.
it's like they're gonna be, if they know they're gonna be like dealing with a lot of BS, either way, right?
Is this the Navy pilot, Eastwind Farms, that shot down those Soviet MiGs in the Korean War?
We got sirens going off.
I will tell you, I get real quick Richard Angle, I think is his name. I
This is
came
Tel
across
Aviv.
the nightly news or whatever. That dude, I don't care what it is or where in the world the shit's going down. That dude is fucking there. He might have his bulletproof vest on and his helmet, but that Richard Angle, Dick Angle guy.
Dick
Good
Angle.
Lord, that guy is fucking everywhere, man. My hat's off to that dude.
Back, Steve.
What network is he on? I don't even watch network.
I think
news
it was NBC. I think because
NBC?
I think that's the channel that it was on earlier. But I was like, man, that guy every time the shit's going down, that dude's standing right there.
He's got a life preserver on reportedly.
Right.
Yeah, and Eastwind's talking about
Oh no, I didn't hear about that.
the chief warrant officer level 5, which is one of the rarest ranks you can achieve. And yeah, he's a badass. He got shot in the legs. He was one of the helicopter pilots in the Venezuela incursion where we took Maduro.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, he got shot 4 or 5 times in the legs.
That sounds unbelievably painful.
And he continued his mission, flew on, whatever. And
Glided.
Did he lose a leg or?
No, he still has use of his legs.
Okay, so that's good.
And he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. He's a pretty tough guy. And he was a member of the Night Stalkers, which is apparently
those are the
badass dudes.
Yeah, those are the Black Hawk helicopter pilots, right? The particular group.
Yes, and he's a CW5, which means he's one of the absolute leaders of that group.
Yep.
Like the pilot that all the other guys come to for questions. Like he's a real.
What's their motto? It's something like Night Stalkers rule the night. I think I can't remember what it was.
They're bad dudes. They're the guys that some guy will be standing there with his AK-47 going, "Who's that? What's that helicopter sound?" And then he's liquid. Well, they're bad dudes for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, and I felt like I saw in that Venezuela raid the capabilities of our military. Like, did you guys feel like, holy shit, like these guys were unbelievable after that one?
I don't know. I thought it was impressive.
Like, there were things that we didn't know that they maybe were capable of, and they seemed to be successful in, and it was like sort of reaffirmed my, never that I had any questions, but it was just a very impressive action.
Yes. Well, I would love to see a movie or a film of soldiers, collapsing to the ground after the sonic weapon, whatever it is. Just
I don't know.
See how
Was it
effective
that,
it
or
really
was it
Discombobulator.
Thank you. That's the technical term.
Damn straight.
I mean, it seemed like they appeared to have either some frequency weapon that caused.
Yeah, it was some kind of I called it a sonic weapon. I'm not exactly sure what it is. That's the claim.
Hey, Last Dance. What
Yeah?
did you find out in your reviews about the atomic programs that Iran may have had?
Well, I kind of already mentioned that. I could go through bits and pieces of it if you want.
Well, can you summarize it? Did they actually have one
Iran?
to enrich weapons?
Yes, absolutely.
Even up
Where
to
were
the
you
point
like
that
20 minutes ago when he went through this whole thing?
I was urinating in the driveway.
Yeah, they had definitely enriched uranium to bomb grade level. They were Iran already knows how to enrich uranium to bomb grade level, and they could produce a bomb in days.
How about a missile?
Well, that's another story, right? There's all sorts of components to, for a nuclear weapon.
When you say a bomb, what sort are you talking? Fission, fusion?
A fission bomb to start with.
And what is the thing that they're splitting?
It's highly enriched uranium.
That seems sort of like Bush League.
Well, it is. It's the first step. It's the easiest. It's the easiest thing to do. I don't believe there is any evidence that they are reprocessing plutonium. So that's a good thing. But that would be the next step after you produce bomb grade uranium and even weaponize it. Then you're a nuclear power and you could tell everybody to fuck off. After that, then you produce plutonium to make miniaturized weapons that are much lighter and could fit on, lighter bombs and more easily on missiles and so forth.
Did they have 1.21 gigawatts of power?
Where'd that number come from?
I know.
Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Would we be better off completely liquefying Iran?
Of course, but then there'd be the whole war crime problem.
Well, he just said it.
Too much killing, guys. You guys are I don't know. It's too much killing.
Well, I agree. He just asked if we'd be better off, and I said,
"Yeah, just flatten them all." It's wild, man.
I'm not recommending that course of action. That would be a
How would
crime.
we be better off? Can you expand upon how we would be better off if we leveled everything?
What is their population? 90 million? Last Dance now thinks advocating for 90 million deaths is okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. I know.
We don't want weak leadership, though. I've got Last Dance, man. I'm with him.
I just want to know what him's point of view is first, so I could better understand how that works. How that works.
93.17 million.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
I will only go. I will only go up to 92 million, so we can't do anything.
Earlier I tried to type in your chat here, Steve. Nukes are fake, and it wouldn't it banned my comment.
Yeah.
Now, why would it do that? I wonder.
Nukes, I'm guessing.
Let's say you don't have any value for the human life part, right? What about the infrastructure and economic value of their setup?
How would that help us?
Trickle down through all economy that we interact with across
So
the globe.
you just mean the impact on global trade, of which we're ultimately a beneficiary?
Sure.
Yeah, if that was a big concern, we could just make peace with Iran. That would be even better for global trade.
But additionally, RW, these machines that they're working don't run autonomously, so without the humans there, you'd have just a bunch of sedentary machines.
Right, but without the humans there, you could put the human machines that you want there that obey you, and they can work those systems, right?
Eh.
You don't have to build it again. It's already there to use for your own purposes.
I mean, you'd have all these. Yeah, I guess. I mean, sort of unrealistic, but I suppose so.
This regime in Iran is determined to build a nuclear weapon, or to build their system out so that they are only a short, literally days. They could flip the switch, and in days or a month later, they could have a nuclear weapon. That's what they're determined to do.
And what is their backbone motivation for this?
Well, it's every power wants to, any country that wants to project power wants nuclear weapons, because it means that you are in the club. You are part of the mutually assured destruction club. No one will attack you with nuclear weapons because you will attack them. And countries will hesitate to attack you at all if you're nuclear armed.
That's right. I think we should nuke them.
No, we definitely shouldn't nuke them.
You can't. That's not the right one.
Because their population is 1 million too many. It's beyond. I draw the line at 92 million. If it's 93 million or higher, I can't do it.
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger said in Twins, nuked food. Yeah, let's nuke
What
'em.
if, what if nukes is fake though? What if the whole nuclear thing was always just fear mongering?
It's not fake.
And it was just carpet bombing, and they just made you believe. How would we ever know? We're not going to be there when they detonate a nuke. We're not going to be filming. Probably none of us were there.
How do we know?
What kind of video did we see from Nagasaki and Hiroshima? We saw like it looked like it got carpet bombed when you look at it. Isn't it supposed to be like toxic for 100 years or something now? But literally, there's a city there and it's fine. I don't get it. Nothing seems to add up with nukes to me.
He's actually speaking a actual conspiracy
I
theory.
think that they wanted us to be in school and hide under our desks in fear because that's the mind they wanted for us.
But who's they?
People
You're
that
talking
are
about
in the
you're talking about
systems that they're
adversaries
looking
agreeing
for.
with each other.
The fear mongering
to
leaders,
have-
whatever, our leaders over the years.
But they would have to be on the same page to be on that.
Heaven
So our
forbid Masons
adversaries
look
would
like
have to
that.
be like in cahoots with each other to be like, hey, let's pull
Maybe
this
this
scam
is
on
a
the rest
really
of the
good
world.
fear mongering technique that all countries use to control their citizens and keep them in fear.
And when they have these clandestine meetings, they always say
Possibility, I'm just saying. I never ruled
they
out.
always say cahoots and clandestine. That's the thing. Once they mention these and
It's
these,
part of the Masonic language, Steve.
I think you'd be naive just to assume nukes are real. That's all I'm saying.
Naive?
Yeah, to not question it,
So you're saying
I'm
that
not
not
saying
even
they're
the
not
United
fake,
States.
but I like going around saying they're fake so that maybe people just question them a bit.
Are you saying that the United States doesn't even have nuclear weapons?
Yeah, I'm saying that it could be fake. Yeah, the whole nuclear thing.
Well,
They do
Like,
have
what is it?
video
It's an
of very
atomic
large
bomb, right?
explosions.
I don't know what it is now. It's what, a nuke? We just been calling it for years. These bombs.
have
that
video
other
that-
countries have thousands of them. We have thousands. Some countries
Yeah.
have none. Yeah.
We do have video evidence of very, very large explosions being recorded. So
right.
I mean,
Not
beyond
only
that,
video evidence, but lots of people witnessed them firsthand.
some people may have even witnessed them in person.
Yeah.
I would rather that you were right, Scum. I would rather
Yeah.
that it's a conspiracy theory.
Sleeping at night would be a lot easier.
Yep.
I mean, carpet bombs aren't amazing either, but
It's not as plush as the 70s carpet. It's more.
Wouldn't that be awesome if a carpet bomb just released carpeting on countries?
Yeah.
could you imagine
Persian
a carpet
carpet.
Man.
roll from
Persian
10,000 feet?
Just a nice big fluffy carpet fell on them.
I wish
And
one
then-
would go off in my house because with a little chihuahua that
Yep.
is
I
still
carpet
after
bombed
5 years can't control its bladder. That'd be
Oh my
great.
God, the smell
It's
must
a
be
choice.
awful.
It's a choice.
I wouldn't need a construction grade carpet cleaner if it was for a carpet bomb.
What's that one's name?
Mistake is what I like to
Oh,
call it.
Oh, we
I
got
Chloe.
want to say
another
Chloe.
volley coming in.
Oh, Chloe is the cutest name, but once there's
Chloe.
urine involved,
I remember my son when we got her. He named her Chloe, and he said, "I'm naming her Chloe because it's the most beautiful name in the world."
Oh man.
We were supposed to get a rabbit at the time.
Uh-huh.
The
Rabbit
pub
would've
was
been better.
going. The pub was going back then. This is 5 years ago now, but it was supposed to be a rabbit, and we were talked out of getting the rabbit because, well, for one, my other two dogs would have killed it instantly.
Yeah.
And it was
It's a
during
perfect
COVID.
pet. They
So,
only last a day.
right. It was during COVID.
And you'd save money on dog food.
Right.
Done.
Oh my God. Yes.
Free food.
But they chew up all your wires, supposedly.
Oh, yeah, they're
like
terrible.
horrible pets. Horrible.
They're
pets.
terrible. My sister had
It's
a rabbit
Chip.
when she
It's
was
Chip cup of
in
tea.
college,
That's it.
and it lasted for like a week, and she had to get rid of that thing.
Same here. I had one in college. Ate all. Well, I'll tell you what it ate. Fucker was high for a month.
Was it the happiest rabbit ever?
Son of a
Oh.
bitch.
To the rabbit, that's just basically, a nice green, leafy carrot.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
right. He's just floppy.
Did it kill him?
That was his name, Floppy. No, it didn't. He survived.
He
My
had the
my
best.
mom had a bunny named Flops.
He had the best time of his life.
Dude, where's my carrot?
He seemed to be pretty relaxed whenever we put the doors on. After that, and like,
That's probably the right way to. That's probably what you need to have a pet rabbit. That's part of its regular
That
diet.
is hilarious.
oh yeah,
Can I have the panel that was, and I'm asking to do this in a thought-provoking way and not a,
Not our usual way.
not in
Yeah,
a
provoke
way
thoughts.
that
Let's go.
I'm trying. My brain's getting tired, so I'm having trouble like finding the words. But not in a condescending way or talking behind someone's back. But I'd like to understand, because this whole transcript is going to get fed through an AI tomorrow, and Jeff is going to try and understand what happened because he uses AI to understand like people.
Okay.
And so he gave me the transcript of what he fed into Charlie, and he said he's going back and forth with the Christy Noam thing, and the claim that was made is that she lied. And so he responds with half of Charlie's prompts and says, that's often what people mean in casual argument when they say she lied. They're using lie as a shorthand for confident falsehood and refusal to update. So,
Refusal to update? Is that what you said?
in other words, they don't come out later and say, I didn't say something correctly, so this is the correction of what I said before.
No, I mean, I think what he's arguing is semantic, and it did sound like a lie on her
So-
part.
I've spent some time with him, and he will break down the meanings of things. And so when we are saying, when I'll say in this case she lied, I'm basing it off of my perception of what she's doing, because I know that she would literally have to tell me I'm lying for it to be factual lie. So I'm saying she's lying based off of my representation of our speculation. So he was challenging that we don't have that baseline of her saying that she lied or someone above her saying that she lied. Everybody here understands that, correct? We're basing it off of our perception.
Here's what I'll definitely agree with. Saying something that isn't true isn't necessarily lying. So I certainly agree with that.
Well, and additionally, RW, I won't continue to feature a subject that has already ended minutes and or hours ago because one singular person can't seem to wrap their head around the fact that we all have different opinions about it, and I don't really give a shit about what he thinks.
Okay.
Frankly, like he can think whatever he wants about it, and we can think whatever we want about it, and it doesn't really hurt anybody. This is a pub style show. We all give our opinions, and they are what they are, but there's nothing personal about it, and
right.
That's
totally.
that. It just floats around in the ether.
Right. So I wanted that to be on the transcript. So thank you. So that instead of Charlie giving his bias and speculation of what we are thinking, that is an actual thought from an individual, a human individual. So that can be used. So thank you.
No problem, buddy. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying, like, we float around here. That's our modus operandi.
Right.
It's not like I'm trying to be a dickhead or anything, but I mean,
No, I even explaining, like, we have a group cohesion. We know each other. We've spent time with each other. We understand triggers. Like, I'll know that if someone talks over somebody else and calls out someone else, Aphid's going to trigger. I know that fact. I know that he's going to say something. That's a group dynamic. And when someone comes into the group, they don't know these group dynamics. We don't know their group dynamics. So you have to find a baseline and that cohesion again as you add more and more people into a group. So
what I would say with that is he's either going to gel or he's not going to gel. If he, if he can't make it through that, then, maybe, he seems like a nice guy and everything, but it's going to happen again. If he's uncomfortable with it this time, it's going to happen again. So
yeah, he's of the same understanding.
we can't change the whole group dynamic just to cater to one person, you know.
I'm not asking it
No,
either.
no offense.
I
No, I know
understand
you're
what
not. I know
saying.
you're not.
Yeah, group
It
cohesion
was
is-
nothing personal. Either he got it, you know, and it's not. I'm not saying that I have no more importance than he does, even though he's only been here twice, and I've been here almost every time for 6 years or whatever it's been. You know, it's just that if I see something, just like if he saw something that bothered him and he called me out for it, I'm not going to take it personally, you know.
The
And
difference,
if he's
though,
uncomfortable with that, you know, and he can't work through, you know, making it through that, then he's not going to make it through. He's not going to make it in this group of people, you know, discussing our points of view.
right? The difference, the unknown difference, is that if someone tells you to do something, you'll brush it off your shoulder and be like, yeah, whatever. If someone tells him to do something and someone gives him a command, he will push back. That's his trigger.
Sure.
So that's what that tonight.
There's nothing
We
wrong with
didn't get
that.
a chance to baseline because there was a trigger. So I just wanted to bring that into the algorithm and the transcript. So Jeff, in the future, when you see this information and you read it, I hope it gives you some insight.
I want to say personally, though, I have no harsh feelings towards him, and I wasn't telling him to leave. He chose to leave.
I also
I was just
don't-
telling him I like to stick because Last Dance. A lot of times people talk over him, and he doesn't say anything about it, and he never comes back to his point. So if I see that happening, I'm going to call it out just because I want to hear what Last Dance has to say because, you know, I think it's important, and a lot of times he doesn't say anything, and it just goes by, and he never gets to come back and say his point. And you know, I'm just an asshole, and I'm gonna because I'm you know, selfish. I want to hear what Last Dance has to say, and you know, that's why I said if he talks over Base Welshman, you know, Base Welshman does that same thing. So I'm gonna sit back and let it happen.
Of
But,
course.
you know, not when he does it to Last Dance because and he even said that Last Dance has been doing it the whole time, which was a lie. Last Dance does not do that the whole time, and he wasn't doing that the whole time. So
And I don't
called him
really
out.
I don't regulate anybody doing it. So his perception of me letting somebody do it and somebody else not do it, that's just
Well, that's what his
everybody's-
point was because you were gone when the whole thing went
Right.
down, and he
That-
said,
and that but
if
I
you
also
said it, he
I-
would take it, but he's not going to listen to me if I tell him not to talk over Last Dance because, you know, I'm not you and it's not my show. And I agreed with him. I didn't say I got any more importance than he does.
but I also don't really correct anybody and I just let it flow. I don't really care. It's a pub, so we're trying to
Right.
create some level of conversation here where people can it's a
Yeah.
free for all.
It's just not your style to be a hall monitor, anyways. It's
That's
not
right.
So
But your core, the regulars that you have, don't need hall monitors because because of the group dynamic. You know, even with Welshman over talking people, whatever, there's a dynamic. It equals itself out. If it gets to the point where he's over talking too much, someone else in the group is going to be like, "Bro," but it's not a problem. It's not. It doesn't.
Yeah, and
elevate.
if he hears it, he's pretty understanding, and he's, you know, he doesn't argue it back. You know,
If he respects the person, yes.
Right. I don't want it to be, you know, we're talking about us here, not the other person. He's not here, so I want to.
I mean, you could have a show like sometimes you'll see these on TV where the host has a mute button, and if he thinks someone has talked too much or is misbehaving, he'll just mute them. That's just not Smoke Steve. It's just not how he rolls.
Exactly. No, I'm more about
Definitely not him.
the week is over, and I finally get to, you know, catch a buzz.
Exactly. You
what I
are enjoying everything as best you can.
I have people here that I can hang with, I can have a smile with, and laugh and
Yep.
catch a buzz. That's what I do on the pub. I don't regulate. Not a regulator.
Nope. And nor has that been something that's been missing either. So there's no reason to start now.
Last Dance is the principal. He's got my vote. I'm afraid of him. I don't want to get like suspended.
You just like the spankings, Auntie. We know.
This is
Meow.
gonna go on your permanent record, Auntie.
Ooh, put it in my
well-
folder harder, Eddie.
Wasn't me.
Last,
That was a Beastie Boys
Last
reference.
Dance drinks one large scotch per pub, which is great. I mean,
There
did
you
you
go.
have
Last
one tonight?
Dance. That's all you need. Last Dance. Just get some of that in your life.
I like Glenlivet. I do.
Some of that in your life.
Does Glenlivet like
is
you?
your class empty
Yeah.
dance, or are you having another?
I used to have two, but after two, I was intolerably. I get angry. It's funny, like a child.
You
know.
regret the night. You regret
And
on
then
Sunday.
the next day, I'm saying, "Oh man, what a jerk I was."
That's funny.
I'm humiliated, embarrassed. So I've been trying just one, and I don't even drink that much. Just like up to like this much. So
You don't pour it out, do you?
No, I drink it.
Oh, you said
don't
up
pour
this
it out.
much. What happens to that this much that's left?
No, that's not what's left. That's what I pour. That's the amount I start with, and I drink it.
You're
That's what I
saying
drink.
you were leaving a quarter inch for the homies that you
No,
sent
no.
out to the
I
yard.
don't know what they call that, like one finger.
I don't know.
It's
that
a
sounds-
lid, yeah.
That sounds perverted to me. One finger.
Yeah, is it?
What are you doing?
Is
with
it?
that?
Is it one in the stink and two in the pink? Is that what you're referring to?
No, it's one in the stink and one in the pink. Come on. No, it is. It is one in the stink and two in the pink. That's right.
I don't know. You guys are perverted.
You guys are shocking.
Yeah,
That's what it's the other word. It's the shocker.
a little too scummy for me, guys.
Yeah, you're making Auntie blush.
Oh,
That's
too
that's rude.
scummy for scum.
There's scum, and then there's
What are
us.
you guys? A bunch of scumbags? Come on now.
Hey, Scum, can I ask you a question?
Please.
That
don't.
jam you did the other night when you were like muted, was that on purpose?
No, I was
Doesn't
just
look
too
like
high.
it.
I did two
You were
streams in a
fucking
row.
high.
The first
I
one
couldn't
didn't work.
tell.
When I restarted it, the volume was off, and I didn't know.
Or,
It was a good jam.
well, I wouldn't know. We only
Nobody
saw
will
it.
know. Nobody will ever know. I
You
was in
had
the closet. while I
Absolute
was
sound
doing it.
canceling on.
Dude
I did it in the
played,
closet,
played
yeah.
like 5 songs, and it looked like he was recreating the White Album. It was beautiful, but it's the whole fucking thing.
I got a story about the White Album. Man. I have a story about the White Album.
What do you got?
I'm not a Beatles fan though, but
We'll forgive you for that.
when my son was born, my wife was a huge, hardcore, diehard Beatles fan, and she had to have a C-section. So they're like, "What do you want to hear?" And she's like, "I want to hear the White Album." And they dope her all up, you know. I don't know if you've ever been there for a C-section in person. It's pretty wild. But anyway,
I have.
yeah, all the doctors start singing the White Album. And it's weird. There's like 5 people there, and they're singing it, you know. And I'm just like,
I didn't get that.
whoa. You know, I'm already freaked out because they're about to chop someone in half, right? But yeah,
Did someone sing Bungalow Bill?
I don't even remember what exact songs they were
Okay.
now. I was kind of like feeling sick going into it. I was 24 hours in, and I was like, fuck, now we got to do this. Put
Yeah.
the scrubs on and go in, Auntie. I'm like, I don't know. Now finally, I'm like, okay, I can go in. And I was all right, but I felt kind of sick beforehand a little bit.
Yeah, it's a wild, shocking fucking escapade, that whole thing that you're describing. The C-sections.
Mother's Day.
Yeah, it's basically like this. They take you, rip you in half, and pull the spaghetti apart, and they pull the kid out, and then they just close you up. Yeah. It's fucking crazy, man.
I definitely don't want to go to the Canadian hospitals then.
Dude. I think that's when I said, "You don't want to have a kid." She's like, "I don't want to have a C-section."
Ours was a episiotomy, which is a rushed
Oh.
version of the C-section.
Oh man, that one sounds terrible.
He was telling her to push, and then he took some scissors and
It's better than a blowout, but it still sounds awful.
Bloom. Then it wide open. The kid shot out. But there was some serious after cleanup that had to be done after that.
They just take your belt line and they cut from one side of your fucking right to the other side and they just open you up like that. It's crazy thing, man. They literally cut you in half. Just grab and go straight across you and fucking pull the kid out. I was like, holy fuck.
This makes
all
me
I could think, man, was like, well, thank God this is like, I don't give birth, man. Jesus.
Yeah,
exactly.
Good.
Get a
hats
good
off.
appreciation for your creators at that point, right?
So I have a question on
women. For
not
women.
cutting women open front.
Women going through this are fucking rock stars.
Exactly.
That's right. Anything us men can fucking do to alleviate the situation is just secondhand fucking news. And you know, when it comes down to it, I'm happy to fucking tend to whatever to keep my wife and daughter alive, because that's what it's about, right? As men, we make up for it in the defense and like livelihood. They bring them into this world. We keep them alive.
You know what I don't understand though? Like, say they're having a bad day. Like my wife comes home, she's having a bad day. I try to have sex with her to make her feel better. And it just doesn't cheer her up, you know? She's not like, yeah, let's do it.
Well, it says something that you're willing to sacrifice for her.
I am. It's not like I want to.
Of course not.
I'm going out of my way to make
Of
her
course
feel
not.
better.
You could have been watching an internet video, and now
Right.
you're not doing that.
What about my needs?
Exactly. That's why you're the righteous one.
I try and stand on my soapbox as much as possible. It's getting a little worn down, a little, saggy in the middle, but it's still there.
Yeah.
And for anybody that thought that was real, shame on you.
It's just the fact that you're thinking of her, you know? You're just a caring guy.
I am. I think men take many years to mature to the point where they actually understand a woman and meet them where they are, from my own personal life experience. But they are worth it, and without them, we are different.
We would exist, yeah.
I would probably be dead personally. So yeah, thanks for that, ladies.
Sorry
Take
to
a
hear
little-
that, buddy.
What's up, Shadow?
Glad you're still alive. Cheers.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Sometimes. Oh, hey, Shadow. Welcome to the.
All right. It's been
Hey,
like
Fib, what's going
it's been
on,
like
man?
10 weeks, but I've killed it finally after like I don't even know 3 months probably.
Tequila, yeah.
It's empty finally.
You just had one shot left, or what?
No, I do like 2 or 3 shots every like month, and then
Wow.
I finally killed it. And I
Do you
want
guys
another
remember
shot.
having snowball fights?
I
Wait.
do. Sure.
Yeah.
I could
at the
try
end of that-
this.
That looks fancy, whatever that is.
This was $110.
Holy shit.
What
Looks
is
like
it?
an artillery shell.
Is it vodka?
It's Bozal. Look it up.
Good lord. Did you pay that?
No.
I was going to say.
See that Iberico? I think they hang some pork inside the thing when they make
What
the
the
booze.
fuck?
That's a lot of
Iberico
money.
ham.
Does it taste like bacon?
It's terrible.
No wonder you still have it.
It's the worst.
Take it easy,
fuck-
Mr. Kelsey. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good one.
Oh, Mr. Kill C already? Just got here.
I mean, Mr.
Probably just
Kelsey,
got off his work.
you're gonna want to stick around for this. This is the worst fucking thing on the face of the earth.
This is gonna last you till your grandkids.
Got it on my hands.
Let's see what it looks
Oh
like.
my god, it smells like ass.
That's
No, it
it's,
smells like fruit. One
I-
hand was
I-
ass, one hand was fruit.
Which
Maybe
one do you wipe
Well,
with?
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Smells like ass. I'll take it.
Oh,
I don't think
God, now this is the
calm
glass.
down, Mrs. Bobert.
Jesus, here we go. And I'm just, should I taste it or down it?
Oh, you got to just go for it, dude.
Chug it.
Oh. Oh.
I can hear
Oh
the.
my God! It
I can
tastes
hear
like
the hair in your chest curling.
it's the worst thing I ever had.
What is it like? What does it taste like?
You
If you say
pay
ass, I
100
feel concerned.
You pay over $100 for something that's that bad?
It tastes like cardboard, chemicals, and like chemical smoke.
The American dream, right on.
So Cap is saying it should taste earthy and smoky. Is it smoky and earthy?
The American dream is it has just a little bouquet of Agent Orange in it. Then it's
It
perfect.
doesn't taste neat or smoky. It tastes
That's going
terrible.
to be later once it settles on his palate.
It's very acrid.
It finishes off with a bit of.
It's
very
Agent
acrid.
Orange aperitif.
I need more beer. This is terrible.
Steve, what was that? I missed that part.
Bozo, it's
What is
bottle
it?
cap has it just
Yeah,
right,
bottle
right
cap
here.
got the death for you.
That's it.
Sounds like something that lasted.
What is it? What is it? Tequila?
I gotta say, but that description, the
It's
bottle
wine or
cap
what
sounds
is it?
interesting.
Mezcal
Right. It
Artisanal
doesn't say
de
Tarbar.
Iberico.
I don't really know much about that. What is that?
It's mezcal. It's a type of mezcal tequila. Yeah,
Okay.
foul. But I'm gonna pour another half shot.
You know what? Now I'm interested. I might buy that.
Just have Steve send you the rest of the bottle. It sounds like he's
Yeah,
trying to get rid of it anyway.
It's like
Haven't you lived enough of the American dream?
No,
No, I need more.
a bottle of ass. I've never had that.
I know.
Top
It
shelf.
reminds me of
ass.
like
It's
when somebody
literally
smells
nail
like
polish remover.
when
might
somebody
be.
smells like a horrible fart and they're like, "Oh my god, do you smell it so bad?" Oh,
And they
I
go
can't
for
stand
more.
it.
I'm addicted to this ass.
I need like weed to soften it up a little. Here we
There
go.
you go. Let's get a combo going.
Yeah, it does smell like acetone,
Why?
like
That
nail
don't-
polish remover.
You're just tomorrow's hangover is going to be
Oh
Bozo
my
flavored.
God.
Mm.
It's probably like it probably means bozo.
Oh, it's fucking weird.
Just finish it
Do
off with a
another
gummy. Get some strawberry
Do
taste. in
another
it.
one.
Gummy?
No,
I
don't
remember me and
don't
my
be influenced. I'm just talking shit.
Me and my friends. we
I'm
went
not here to
this
influence
bar,
people.
Lunchbox?
They had a bottle with lizards and snakes and frogs and stuff in it, and had this liquid in it, and the shots were like $10 or something, and we all did a shot of it. It
Ew,
was
man.
just horrible. It was just
Ew.
horrible.
Like,
What
is
was
this
it?
FDA approved?
I have no idea what it was.
Tequila,
I was-
maybe.
I don't know. It was this big jar that just sat up on the shelf with all these amphibians in it.
Come here.
There you go, Skittles.
What is that? A
That
5
night,
miller?
I remember jumping on a. I had a thin wedding band. I can't even wear it anymore because my fingers are too fat, and it got stuck on my hand a couple years ago. I finally took it off. It was so weird looking for like so long. Anyway, it was so thin, and that night that we drank that liquor with the amphibians in it, I
Dude,
jumped up
Steve,
on a
Zoom in on
fire
me, Steve.
escape.
Sorry, I'm listening still.
I jumped up on a fire escape and my finger got caught on it, and my ring went like half into my skin because it got caught up on the
Oh, wow.
fire escape.
So were you hanging by the finger, basically?
See that?
Yeah, like I couldn't even hold my own weight because I was
Yeah,
drunk.
it's
And
definitely a scorpion in there.
There's a scorpion in this tequila
yeah,
bottle.
yeah.
Yeah.
Makes it better.
Right up with the leg. Finish the bottle off.
Mezcal. There it is. I'm afraid to drink it. Sorry. Steve got me going. I realized I had one right behind me.
Mm-hmm. Already.
That's one of
My
those
side.
like, hey guys, let's do a bet. You know, $200 and drink a shot of drink the scorpion.
My wedding ring went into my finger twice, similar. One time I got caught in a door when I was going in it, but it was so thin because I couldn't afford it, like a thick wedding ring, you know. Or I did more like I didn't want to pay for it. I paid
Have you
enough
ever?
for her.
Do you wear your ring at work?
Now I can't. I was really up until 2 years ago when I took mine off. I was really kind of an advocate for men wearing their wedding ring,
right?
And so I really
Yeah,
feel
get you more
horrible
chicks.
after what I've said about people that don't wear their wedding ring. Now I feel like it's such a hypocrite because for like 2-3 years now I haven't worn a wedding ring. But yeah, I would wear it all the time, and it would get caught, and it would
Exactly.
slide up into that fatty part of your finger if you got it caught on something.
I almost had my finger ripped off, so after
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I didn't do it. I had in BSL-3 we had these 100-liter hygienic food grade containers, and inside of that was 100 liters of fluid, and the cap is locked on with these hooks. Like you click it on, like those glass bottles that you kind of like snap on the lid with the clicker thing. So those were all sticking out, and it hit something, and it tipped over, and the hook caught my ring, and that 100-liter bag went over sideways. And so if I hadn't have gone with it, if I tried to pull my hand back, it would have ripped my finger off.
Oof.
I
So
mean,
after that, I understand why, like,
hopefully the
firefighters have the
resistance.
rubber ones.
Yeah, hopefully I told my wife I would, because I've always wanted to get a tattoo. I've never found a tattoo that I wanted for the rest of my life, or what placement on it I wanted to put it on. But I told my wife when I took my wedding ring off, I'm like, I have no problem with that. I think that would be the best thing, is tattooing the wedding ring onto my finger. And she kind of poo-pooed that.
Can you just do it every day with Sharpie?
I could. That's not a bad idea.
All right. What do you guys
Be a lot
think?
cheaper.
Fucking genius you are, RW. There's no doubt about it.
I wanted you to cancel this. I wanted you to cancel this a long time ago because I was wanting to get out, and I'm selfish, and I don't want you guys having a good time without me. So, and then we got to start talking about the just nonsense, and I actually enjoy talking about nonsense more than political stuff.
Yeah.
So I had a hard time leaving.
Me too.
So yeah, like for two and a half hours ago, I wanted to leave here. It was 9:30, and here it is.
Well,
11
it's
o'clock my
it's
time.
midnight, so here we go.
Yeah, all right.
Well, thank you for the
Well,
stream. I enjoyed it.
Awesome stream, and good having Scum on for a little
Having you
while.
guys. Good to see you
Yeah,
guys.
Scum. Always good to
Easy.
see Scum.
Thank you.
Party
so
on,
much.
guys. Be safe, eh?
Everybody have a great week.
Everybody have a
Take
great
care, guys.
week. That's right. All right. We'll see you, everyone. Bye. So, one of the guys who was here might be having a stream right now. And I'm not going to tell you who it is, but it behooves you to go and find him. Scum TV, because he's the man. Damn microphone was pointed up at the sky. So go find him in case you don't know who he is. His name might be Scum TV. He's the greatest guy ever. And he'll probably be running a stream tonight. Now, with regards to me, I got some sugar on my fingers, so I can't play. Good night, Irene.